Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream with your host, Theodore Schubot. We are going to be talking about culture, music, the news, Syria, Israel, not necessarily in this order, but we will be talking about these things. And we'll be enjoying alcohol later on. I just started using my first batch of dandelion beer, dandelion root beer to be specific. Last night I had a bottle, and nothing happened. So it's a good batch. We're good to go. And we'll be having a good stream. We're going to be talking about Israel and Syria, the inevitable clash between Israel and Turkey. We'll be talking about the Ukraine war, NATO, the rise of Germany, and we're going to be getting into interesting territory. Trumpstein 2028. Well, we'll see. We'll see. There was the whole thing with the Wall Street Journal article that came out, and I took a look at the article, and the article wasn't very long, which tells me that I don't think the article is as much of a smoking gun as some people were hoping that it was. And basically just says that Trump doodled a naked lady. I mean, I don't know. Where's the smoking gun? I mean, it's not much. There's not much meat in there to sink your teeth in. So I don't really think it's much of a story, to be honest with you, even though this is what a lot of people are talking about. But now Trump is saying that, or his administration at least, is saying that they're going to release the trial documents, the Epstein trial documents. And they say that it's going to take some time before that happens because whatever, bureaucracy. So who knows what's going to happen. If they do release the Epstein trial documents, it's more than likely going to be heavily abridged. Not more than likely. It's going to be heavily abridged. Who knows what sort of processing the document will go through. We have yet to really see. But the thing is that this whole Epstein thing is just not going to go away. It's not going to go away until there is some pretty serious clarity about it. And the reason why, and I've said this many times, guys, the reason why so many people are talking about this is because the issue at hand is the question. The question is, who controls the politicians? Is it the people or is it a foreign power? In this case, Israel. Is it the people or is it the Mossad? And so, I mean, to put it very simple, it's enraging a lot of people because people think that they're not really in control. People think that America is occupied by a foreign power. And so they don't like it. That's that. That's all there is to it. They don't like it. And so they're thinking, okay, who's running America? Is it Israel or the Jews or the Mossad or is it the United States? And if nothing happens, if there is no clarity, then people are going to come to the conclusion we are under the control of Israel. We're under an occupation. America has no sovereignty. We're not a sovereign country. This is nonsense. And then this shit will hit the fan with all the rage against the establishment. And who knows what will happen from there, from then on. Who knows? It's a very, it's a topic that I haven't seriously actually looked into. I've never really seriously looked into the Epstein story. I just know that there's some connections to the Mossad and Israel, and Ghislaine Maxwell has connections to the Mossad, and so it looks like all this, he had this island, basically a sexual pleasure island, and it was filled with degeneracy, and all these politicians got flown over there, and basically these politicians are being blackmailed, and that's the reason as to why the politicians don't want the files released, And so what that really means is that a foreign intelligence agency has our politicians by the balls, quite literally. And so we have no sovereignty, we have no control over our politicians. Now, it makes one, and I don't want to make any sort of emphatic statements here, but I have been thinking, it leads one to wonder what that verse in the Bible means when it says that there is this harlot of Babylon and all the kings of the earth sleep with the harlot of Babylon. It makes one wonder what's really happening. All of the kings of the earth sleep with her. All of the kings of the earth sleep with her, and the kings of the earth exchange children for wine. And then it says in the book of Revelation that all of the lovers of the harlot of Babylon abandon the harlot of Babylon. All of her lovers will abandon her. So then it makes one wonder, Jerusalem. Jerusalem is, if you think about it, really the mother of harlots, because Jerusalem gave birth to all the corrupt churches, to all the churches actually, including the corrupt ones, the Vatican. Islam is a daughter of Babylon, daughter of Jerusalem. And so Jerusalem is the harlot of Babylon. And all of her lovers will abandon her. That means that Israel will be abandoned. And when Israel is abandoned, it makes one wonder what's going to be the catalyst towards that. And I think we're looking at least one of them. I think this is going to be at least one of the catalysts that's going to lead people to want to abandon Israel. I mean, lead countries to want to abandon Israel, because Israel has become such a taboo thing. In fact, I was looking at because, a lot of people think that the great majority of Americans support Israel, right? A lot of people think this for some oddball reason. But if you actually look at the number of Americans, if you actually look at these statistics for how many Americans support Israel, right? And let's just look this up real quick, right? Like, how many Americans support Israel? Just look at the numbers. And if you look at Pew Research Center, April 8th, 2025, very interesting. How many Americans now are against Israel? I was shocked. So let's look at the numbers real quick. This is from April of 2025. So let's look at this Pew number here. Pew. Let's look at this Pew number here. This is pretty interesting stuff. Pretty interesting stuff. How many Americans view Israel and the Israel-Hamas war at the start of Trump's second term? So it says here that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited the United States on April 7th for the second time since President Donald Trump took office. As Americans look at the Middle East, fewer say the Israel-Hamas war is important to them. So most Americans don't give a shit about the whole Israel-Hamas war, or important to U.S. national interests. Then felt that way early last year. So the numbers of Americans, right? The number of Americans who are supporting Israel this year is less than the number of Americans who were supporting Israel last year. The numbers are going down. This is why I keep trying to tell people. A lot of people don't agree with me. They think that the overwhelming majority of Americans are all like these evangelical guys, and they love Ted Cruz and they worship Israel. This is a dying trend. This is a dying trend. Israel is seen like a plague by a lot of people now. It's seen as a no-go zone. People don't want to touch Israel as much as they wanted to touch Israel back in the day. That sounded kind of strange. But back in the day, everybody wanted to touch Israel. Now, nobody wants to touch Israel. Not nobody, but a lot less people want to touch Israel. And so this is what I was trying to tell you guys. The more negativity Israel receives, the less popular Israel becomes. You are going to be seeing politicians either becoming more critical of Israel or becoming more indifferent towards Israel. They're not going to want to touch Israel with a freaking 10-mile pole. And you will see in the future one politician coming out and saying, I am not paid by AIPAC, and him not being funded by AIPAC is going to be a selling point that will help him win an election. And it'll be a watermark moment. And you will see other politicians doing the same thing. Well, I'm not paid by AIPAC. I'm not funded by AIPAC. Are you funded by AIPAC? No, I'm not funded by AIPAC. No, well, I'm not funded by AIPAC. Because it is becoming a very negative selling point in American elections, American campaigning, to be funded by AIPAC. And so gradually you're going to be seeing more and more politicians. Gradually you're going to start seeing the political realm of America, the realm of American politicians, coming out and saying, I'm not funded by AIPAC. I'm not funded by AIPAC. I'm not funded by AIPAC. And that's going to be a selling point. Because politics is a reflection of society. And so because American society is becoming more and more negative towards Israel, or they're just becoming more and more indifferent towards Israel, that is going to be reflected in the political realm. The political realm is merely downriver from metapolitics. So politics and there's politics and then there's metapolitics. Politics is you run for office, you run for senator, Congress, president, governor, whatever. Then you have metapolitics. Metapolitics is the culture. It's the groundswell. That's a good word. That word applies to this whole thing. It's the groundswell that dictates the political realm, that determines how politics turns out. And that metapolitical realm is determined by the people. What they feel, what they like, what they don't like, what they're sick and tired of seeing. And right now, a lot of people are thinking, Israel, that's Epstein. Israel, that's Mossad. Mossad is trying to control our government. They're a threat to our sovereignty. Israel, that's Gaza. That's genocide in Gaza. That's murdering kids in Gaza. That's blowing up buildings in Gaza and civilians being crushed and smothered to death underneath the rubble. That's Israel. So Israel is associated with mass murder and a threat to American sovereignty. And this is not stopping. That's the thing. It's going to keep going. And Donald Trump is not doing himself any favors when he goes on his Truth Social account to call people who are fixated on the Epstein story stupid. Oh, they're stupid. Oh, they're crazy. Oh, whatever. Right? And he insults his base. I mean, guys, this is so surreal to me. It really is surreal to me. You're talking about... It's so surreal to me. Why do I say that? It's surreal to me because the MAGAites literally did a riot for Donald Trump. Isn't it crazy? They did a riot for Donald Trump. They did a riot on Capitol Hill, stormed the Capitol Hill building, attacked police officers. People got arrested, got thrown into prison because that's how much they love Donald Trump. That's how much they believed in Donald Trump. They literally did an American jihad on the American government for Donald Trump. And all those people, and I'm not saying what they did was good. I don't like what those people did. I don't like those people. I don't like those MAGAite people. I don't. They're fanatics. They're lunatics. They're radicals. They're dangerous. They're just completely unhinged people, easily manipulated by whatever they read online, whatever narrative that suits their paradigm online. They're not good people. They're not. They stormed the Capitol building, attacked police officers, and then what happened? Donald Trump comes in. he starts saying, well, they stole the election, blah, blah, blah. They believed him. They did the Capitol Hill riot, or the Capitol building riot. But all those people who participated in that Capitol building riot were people who believed, and they still believe, that Jeffrey Epstein is connected to all of the politicians except for Donald Trump and a handful of others, and Donald Trump was robbed of his electoral victory because he was going to fight against the pedophile ring kingpinned by Jeffrey Epstein and connected with Democrat politicians. This is what they believed. And because they believed that, because they wholeheartedly and sincerely believed that Donald Trump was going to save the children from Pizzagate, they stormed the Capitol Hill building. This is the reality. And then Donald Trump comes along and he says, yeah, all of you people who are fixated on this stuff, you're all stupid idiots, morons, idiots. So how is this, Trump, how are you helping yourself here? Honestly, you're attacking your most loyal followers, the MAGA people. But you can make the argument and say that, well, the MAGA movement is only a fraction, or it's only a faction, I should say, of the pro-Trump movement. And the great majority of people who voted for Trump are still satisfied with Trump. Okay, that may be true. Maybe true. I don't know. Americans can be very weird. But still, it goes to show you. People got arrested for Trump. They fought for Trump. They did illegal activity for Donald Trump. They did terrorism for Donald Trump. And Donald Trump turns around. Actually, no, he doesn't turn around. Yeah, he turns his back on them. And then throws them under the bus. And so this is a lesson for all people. Doesn't matter what nationality you are. This is a lesson for all people. And that lesson is, don't become fanatical for politicians. Don't go gung-ho for politicians. Don't go into third gear and overly trust politicians, because they will always, always throw you under the bus if they have to. And that's exactly what Donald Trump did to the MAGA movement. He threw him under the bus. How he's going to survive, who knows? Americans, I don't know. People in general, I don't want to single out Americans, but a lot of people tend to forget things or not remember things, or they don't even, or maybe a lot of people are oblivious to this stuff. They still think that Donald Trump's trying to fight the Pizzagate thing. But it's possible that Donald Trump will survive all this, and maybe J.D. Vance will become the next president. Who knows? Maybe Donald Trump will leave the White House with a very high popularity rating. I don't know. I don't know the future. We're not even 1 year into his presidency yet, so a lot can happen. But still, it is a lesson. Donald Trump threw his own people under the bus. Do not become fanatical for politicians. And yeah, that's it. Don't follow cults of personality. Now, another thing that I want to add to this is really the perception. And I've talked about this before. The perception is America has no sovereignty and we are controlled by the Mossad. This is a growing perception online. And this is contributing to the negative opinions regarding Israel. And that is why you see numbers like this right here. This is why. In addition, the public's view of Israel have turned more negative over the past 3 years. Over the past 3 years. So even before October the 7th, this trend of Israel losing popularity within American society was already beginning. But the whole Gaza war amplified it, exasperated it, made it worse. The Epstein thing is also a contributing factor to this phenomenon. And it says here that more than half of U.S. adults, 53%, now express an unfavorable opinion of Israel, up from 42% in March of 2022. So in March of 2022, 42% of Americans, or American adults, basically the people who are eligible to actually take these surveys, 42% of American adults had a negative view of Israel. That's huge, by the way. That's huge. 42% is a massive number. That's huge. That means out of every 100 American adults, 42 of them didn't like Israel. That's pretty big. But now, according to this poll, the majority of American adults have unfavorable opinions of Israel. It's not going to stop. It's going to keep on going. This is not going to end. The train has been set. I've been telling people this for years now. The train has been set. It's not going to get better for Israel because Israel is already on a trajectory that it's not going to forsake. It's already on the plane of Jewish fanaticism. It is already on the train of Jewish fanaticism, extremism, anti-Christian sentiment, genocidal desires and ideology. It is already on that train. Netanyahu already has a bunch of fanatics in his coalition, and he's not giving up on them because he needs them. Because at this point, he needs the fanatical factions of Israeli society on his side in order for his political career to survive. He needs the fanatics. In fact, one of the reasons why, and the New York Times demonstrated this last week in a pretty in-depth article, one of the reasons as to why Benjamin Netanyahu is continuing this war is because he wants to preserve his political career. He knows if he ends the war, a bunch of people are going to leave his coalition and his coalition dies. His coalition dies, and there would have to be new elections in Israel. And if his coalition dies, that means that there would be a chance of Netanyahu losing an election. And if Netanyahu loses an election, that means he wouldn't be prime minister. And that would mean he would have to actually resume his criminal trial, his corruption trial. And Netanyahu doesn't want this because he doesn't want to go to prison. So people are being slaughtered because some politician doesn't want to take accountability. And he's just continuing on the war. So the war is continuing on. The war, the way that it's being conducted, is fueling anti-Israel sentiment. More and more people hate Israel. And then people are looking into Mearsheimer. They're looking into Jeffrey Sachs. They're looking into Dave Smith. They're looking into all these various influencers online or authors, because Mearsheimer is a pretty accomplished author. They're reading the Israel lobby like I did back in 2018. They're realizing, oh my gosh, Israel has all this undue influence in American politics, especially when it comes to our foreign policy. They're looking into AIPAC, how AIPAC has all this immense amount of financial influence over American politicians. And they're just becoming more and more negative. So if we went from 42% to 53% in just, 3 years? That means it's going to continue on. It didn't lessen. It increased by over 10 points. So it's just going to go on. Bottom line. It's just going to go on. And so you're seeing more and more videos. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but you're seeing more and more videos of Americans confronting politicians and asking these politicians, like, why are you getting money from AIPAC? What do you feel about children being slaughtered in Gaza? How do you feel that how do you feel about the fact that your ally Israel, this country that you support so much, is slaughtering children and has slaughtered tens of thousands of civilians? And these videos are all being, not all of them, but a lot of these videos are being done by this organization called Code Pink. And people could say, oh, it's funded by China. That doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter if it's being funded by China. That doesn't mean shit. The question is what's being presented true or false? And these Code Pink videos are showing a politician being confronted by a Code Pink activist. The activist says, hey, how do you feel about kids being slaughtered in Gaza? The politician basically says, F those kids, I don't give a damn. He doesn't say it in those exact words, but he basically communicates that feeling based on his body language and based on his indifference, his expressions of indifferentism, or the politician will express anger. There was one video that I saw where a Code Pink politician, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can just find it. But there was one video that I saw of a Code Pink politician, of a Code Pink activist, confronting a politician. And this politician said, "I don't talk to crazy people." And this activist is asking legitimate questions. And the politician, who is an elected official, elected by the people, which means he answers to the people. At least that's what he's supposed to do. This elected politician who represents the people tells an American citizen, "I don't give a damn. F you. Like, I don't talk to you. I don't want to talk to you." Well, why don't you want to talk to me? I'm asking you a question. You're a politician. It's your job to represent the people. It is your job to also engage with the people who pay you and who voted for you. So why in the hell are you treating me like I'm some sort of mad woman or madman? Because these activists so far are women. Why are you treating me this way? And the reason why they're treating these activists this way is not because the organization is funded by China. That's all just a giant red herring it's basically a red herring to get people to just have recourse to a narrative that they can use to automatically discount what is being said by the activists. So if someone says, "Oh, you're paid by China," the whole purpose of saying that is to get enough people to think, "Oh, they're paid by China, that therefore I don't have to listen to anything they're saying. Everything they're saying is wrong." But that's just not the case. That's just a red herring to run away from or to avoid the issue that is being presented to you by this activist organization. But let's just look at some of these videos. I mean, some of these videos are pretty hilarious, and I'll just turn off my music, or lessen my music, lessen the volume. Let me know if the music is, I'll just pause the music. Let me know if the volume is good enough. But let's just watch some of these videos. These videos are freaking hilarious, but they're also quite revealing. And then I'll read your guys' comments. But this is what a lot of people are looking at, and a lot of people sympathize with these videos.
There's a Palestinian American who's just beaten to death on the West Bank. This is a private event.
So what she's saying is true, by the way. There was an American citizen who was murdered. He was stabbed to death by settlers in the West Bank. This is a fact. This is a fact. An American citizen was murdered by a Jewish extremist. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about, hey, there is a problem going on in Israel. There's a fanatical faction that is growing to the point where they feel like they have the right just to kill people. And so what is America doing about this? Is America pressuring Israel to control its fanatical faction? To control its fanatics? To control its radicals? And this woman just acts like this activist doesn't exist.
Beaten to death on the West Bank. This is a private event. But I wanted to ask you, Palestinian American from Florida, death by violent settler. Congresswoman, is that something you'll speak out against? Congresswoman, he was a non-violent, peaceful person from Florida.
And then, this is what I love about these videos. Now, this makes the video even more effective. They show how much money the politician gets from the pro-Israel lobby, AIPAC especially. And according to this video, she has gotten over $1 million in campaign funds from the pro-Israel lobby. So then people think, wait a second. You see, this is the effectiveness of this activism. People think, wait a second. Wait a damn second. This politician is getting this much money from a lobby that represents a foreign country, and she is supporting this foreign power over the demands of the people because the lobby for this foreign power has given this politician tremendous amounts of cash. So then people, it's not just Epstein. This is connected to the pro-Israel lobby. This is being connected with how politicians are functioning. The whole, the whole pro-Israel lobby funding politicians, right? The whole thing is interconnected. And so people are thinking, wait a second, politicians aren't saying shit about Epstein because Epstein has blackmail on them. Epstein had connections to the Mossad. Ghislaine Maxwell had Mossad connections. And they don't want to criticize Israel because they're getting money from a lobby that represents Israel, which is a foreign nation. So who really controls America? This is why people are pissed. It's because they feel like they don't have a country. They feel like this little country called Israel in the Middle East somewhere in New Jersey, the size of New Jersey, not New Jersey. It's kind of a New Jersey, but this country that's the size of New Jersey has power over our politicians. And so people are thinking, or people are concluding, we're occupied by Israel. This is the conclusion. And you know what's so scary is that this is what neo-Nazis have been saying for years. Have you guys ever heard of the term ZOG, Z-O-G, Zionist Occupied Government? This is what neo-Nazis have been saying about the U.S. government for many, many years, for decades, actually. They've been saying our country, the United States, is occupied by a Zionist regime. Now, the reason why I say this is scary is because what this resentment towards Israel is leading people to is neo-Nazism. And when enough people start thinking that Hitler was a good guy, it's going to be very ugly, to say the least.
Who was beaten to death, and then they wouldn't let the ambulances in. They kept the ambulance out for 3 hours while he bled to death. He's an American
And they're
citizen.
trying to shut her up? How does this make them look good? You have this woman here who's trying to shut her up. It doesn't make her look good. This doesn't make Wasserman Schultz look good. It makes her look like a bitch. Let's be real here. And she's sitting there staring at the salad in this really awkward, cringe sort of way. And it's very obvious that she is uncomfortable in this environment with this person trying to confront her. It's obvious that her brain is having difficulty processing what's happening, because when you're trying to do something and then someone is speaking to you at the same time, your brain, whether you like it or not, your brain actually is processing all the information. And it becomes difficult to do the task that you're trying to currently do and then have to listen to someone telling you something else and trying to disrupt you. It gives your brain something else to process while simultaneously your brain is trying to process what you're currently doing. In this case, she's currently trying to find a salad, and then you have a woman confronting her about a very serious issue. And she knows very well what's going on. And she knows very well that she's not going to say anything because she's paid by a pro-Israel lobby. A lobby that represents not America, but the interest of a foreign power. And so I've been saying this for years. I've been saying this going all the way back to 2018. That one day, nations are going to say, I'm not saying it's specifically going to be America, but one day nations are going to say, we are tired of this lobby that represents a foreign country trying to tell us what to do at the behest of the interest of said foreign country. We're tired of our politicians, we're tired of our countries submitting to the demands of a foreign power. And the whole world is going to say, Israel, we're done. And when that happens, you will see Israel will be destroyed. It's going to be gone. And you're going to be reminded of that verse in the book of Revelation. Babylon has fallen, has fallen. That's what's going to happen. Because Israel has really abused its influence, I will say. And it has abused the support that it has been receiving for decades from the American Christian world. And now you're seeing more and more white American Christians saying that they've had enough with Israel. And I can tell you, I know people in my own life who were pro-Israel for much of their lives, and now they're not pro-Israel. I know a guy who was hardcore pro-Israel. He used to go to the big Zionist conferences, and he was a real pro-Israel guy. Really, I mean that sincerely. He was a really pro-Israel guy, and I've known this guy since I was in high school. And I kid you not, this guy, it's like a 180-degree shift happened in his life. All of a sudden, he grew a beard. he stopped going to church because the church. And I asked him, why did you stop going to church? And he said, oh, because the church is Zionist. That's what he told me. Oh, the church is just Zionist. It's all Zionist. And I think he got into that whole black rifle culture, that whole Jocko Willink culture, because he came to my house one day asking me if I had any eggs that I could give him. And I gave him a whole nice giant carton of eggs. And I'm thinking, man, why is this guy interested in eggs? Well, because he didn't tell me this, but I'm thinking he grew his beard. He's getting into right-wing propaganda. He hates Israel. And he looks like he's working out. His shoulders are getting more muscular looking. You see there's more definition in his stature. I'm thinking this dude probably heard something about big ag and he wants some freshly farmed eggs, so he's coming to me. I mean, that's what I'm thinking, right? He's probably drinking raw milk. And so one day he comes to me, and this is what really shocked me. One day he comes to me and he said, Ted, have you ever read the book The Camp of the Saints? And I said, oh my God. No. No, 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 not you. No, 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 no. This is not good. This is not good. And I said, yeah, I have heard of that book. Now, for those of you who don't know, The Camp of the Saints is a book that is very, very commonly read in neo-Nazi circles. I'm just going to enlarge my screen here since we're kind of done with this video. The video's done anyway, and I'll turn my music back on. But Camp of the Saints is a very commonly read book. It's a very commonly read book in neo-Nazi circles. And it was written by a French guy who was basically a neo-Nazi. And he wrote the book in the 1970s, I believe. And the book is a fictional story that takes place in France in which a race war commences between the native white French population and dark-skinned migrants from Africa and maybe the Middle East, if I remember correctly. And there's a lot of violence in the book. There's a lot of vitriolic racialist language. And there's also a lot of anti-Christian stuff in it, which is weird. It basically says that, you Christians, you follow this religion of compassion, and this compassion has only gotten you to the point where now you're being abused by foreigners, so now it's time to forsake your Christian compassion and start butchering these non-whites. I mean, it's a pretty creepy book. It's a very creepy book. But this neighbor of mine says, Ted, have you ever read The Path of the Camp of the Saints? And I said, I've heard of the book, but I've never really read the book from beginning to end. I've read some parts of it. So he says to me, oh, it's a great book, and it's a great book, and I read it recently. I think it's great. Okay, whatever. And it was just creeping me out because this is a guy that I've known for a long time. He was someone that would go to church every Sunday. It was pro-Israel, just your typical white American evangelical. And I've watched over the years as he has gradually turned into someone who hates Israel. I don't know about hate, but he doesn't like it. He probably hates Israel, all right? He doesn't like Israel. And at first I thought, okay, he's just critical of the Israel lobby. That's fine. That's completely legitimate. He's critical of Israel. That's totally fine. I'm critical of Israel. But then he gets into this, and he may be even listening to this live stream right now that I think about it. But he starts recommending to me The Camp of the Saints, this neo-Nazi literature. And it's not like he was telling me, hey, I read this book and it's terrible. He's telling me, I read this book and it's wonderful. And then he offers to lend it to me. He says, I can give you the book. You can read it. I really recommend it. I'm like, I can read it online. Thank you very much. And then it turns out that he has been following Nick Fuentes on X. And I'm thinking, oh man, this guy has really left the reservation. So, and that's just one example. There's tons of examples like this. And I've seen another example in my own personal life that's much worse. I knew a guy who was evangelical, white dude, and he joined a local militia. and he got into this far right politics, and just it's just weird, very weird. And they go from being your typical run of the mill white evangelical to being either borderline Nazis or Nazis. And it's scary, to be honest with you. So there is an upside to people criticizing Israel. The upside, the pro, right? The pro and the con. The pro is that people are criticizing war crimes and they're criticizing atrocities, which is good, right? This is always a good thing. It's always a good thing to criticize atrocities. The negative part about this is that for some strange reason, people don't have breaks in their thinking. So I'm critical of Israel, but I also understand that there are people online who are critical of Israel because they want to get people to love Hitler. And so that's where I put the brakes. That's where I slam the brakes. No, we're not going to do this. You don't get to embrace one mass murderer for the cause of going against another mass murderer and expect people to not notice that. This is like when Israel says, well, we have to do mass murder in Gaza because Hamas did mass murder. So in the name of fighting mass murder, you're committing mass murder. You don't get to do that and get away with it. You don't get to do that and have people not notice you. That's just not possible. People are going to notice. The reason why I'm critical of Israel is not because I just woke up in the morning and decided to hate Israel or decided to be critical of Israel. The reason why I'm critical of Israel is because of its crimes. It's because of its actions. It's like in John chapter 8 in the Gospel of Matthew, when the Jews tell Jesus that they're sons of Abraham, and Jesus says, if you were sons of Abraham, you wouldn't be trying to kill me. Because Abraham would not be wanting to kill me, but you guys want to kill an innocent man. So what Jesus was saying was, yeah, you're genetically sons of Abraham, but the way that you're acting is not how a son of Abraham acts. Because you have murder in your minds. And then it goes back to that verse in Hosea chapter 6 where God says, I demand mercy and not sacrifice. And then it says that the priests murder on their way to Shechem. The priests already have murder in their minds. And that is what differentiates the sons of Abraham, the true sons of Abraham, from the fake sons of Abraham. The fake sons of Abraham want murder. They want injustice. They want violence. They want evil. The true sons of Abraham are against this. So the reason why I'm critical of Israel is because Israel has pushed for very terrible policies, and Israel is doing atrocities. That is why I'm critical of Israel. And I'm also critical of Israel because of the anti-Christian sentiment that's been going on in Israel for the longest time. But I'm going to take some time to read your guys' comments. Hold up. Orthochristos, yes. Theology live stream at a 12-pack of iced tea. What a way to spend my Friday. Absolutely, absolutely. Hello, privet, privet. Behold the Friday night live stream. Move over, Barnum and Bailey's. This is the greatest show on earth. Happy Friday, Ted and everyone. Really, really appreciate that, Sweet Body Fit. That means a lot. Hello, Jacob Glowsticks. Happy Friday to you, my Polish friend. He's a member of the Polish remnant from 2018. Hello from Australia. Hello, Cruel Caption. Hello, Matt Mick. Hello, Daniel Barry Sports Highlights. Happy Friday to you. Hello, Goose Hunter. Hello, Theo. Hello, all good people. It's time for some theology. Theodore Schubot's live stream about geopolitics, history, religion, food, movies, music, and everyday life. Please don't forget. Absolutely don't forget to like. Yes, I don't like to say this, but it does help the stream to like this stream. Hello, boys, and maybe the one girl that got lost on the internet. Yep, there's probably maybe one girl on here. And if there was a girl on here, she's gone now. I am well. I have been doing a cut and have lost about 8 pounds. That's crazy. How do you feel about America being politically blackmailed by Israel? I think it's terrible. I don't like this undue influence that Israel has on our politicians. And I hate the fact that there is a very strong Israel lobby that has pushed America to do horrible, horrible policies. But the fact is that American politicians signed off on it because they signed off on things like Iraq, because at the end of the day, these politicians are Zionists and they're pro-Israel. But also remember, the reason why the pro-Israel lobby has had so much power and has had so much influence in this country is because of the pro-Israel sentiment in American society. That's the reason why. It's popular to be pro-Israel, or it has been popular to be pro-Israel, because a lot of Americans are pro-Israel. That's the thing. Right now, 53% of Americans are not pro-Israel. So if it goes up to 60%, 70%, politicians will have to change their tune to be elected. And the policies will change. It really is that simple. And you'll see. You'll see that I'm right. You'll see. If you ask me, that research kind of gives some credibility to the dispensationalist view of eschatology. What research? Dispensation. October the 7th was the death of Israel. It was basically the beginning stages, I think. But you could probably trace it to other things before that. You could probably trace it to the Iraq War. You could trace it to Libya. You could trace it to how a lot more Americans just became more aware of the pro-Israel lobby, right? This was the beginning stages. People's awareness, people noticing the Israel lobby was the beginning. It set the framework. It set the meta-political groundswell for what we see right now. And then October the 7th happened, and it was just basically unleashing a whole bunch of rage that had already been there for years. It's just that when October the 7th happened and Israel began to bomb Gaza, boom, all that rage that had been building up for years got unleashed. And not only did it get unleashed, it gave birth to a whole new level of propaganda against Israel. Because right now you're seeing all these outlets that are critical of Israel becoming extremely popular, like Middle East Eye is a big example. Piers Morgan has gotten a lot of popularity by hosting Israel versus Palestine debates, debates on American foreign policy when it comes to Israel. And this has really furthered people's awareness of the problems with Israel, because they go on Piers Morgan and they see some settler woman, Miss Weiss, whatever her first name is. What's her name? Weiss? Daniela Weiss. Yeah, Daniela Weiss. She's one of the big leaders of the whole settler movement. And Daniela Weiss came on the Piers Morgan show and she said, yeah, I want to get rid of all the Palestinians. Yeah, get rid of them. I don't care. And she just exposed herself. And this is someone who is connected to the Israeli government. This is someone who has a lot of support from the Israeli government. This is someone who is backed by major Israeli politicians. And so now people look at her and they think, oh my God, like this is what Israel is? I don't want to support Israel. Ugh, gross. And that's what it is. At the end of the day, that's what it is. And so people's awareness of the pro-Israel lobby set the stage. It set the groundswell. It set the ideological and political atmosphere for what we see right now. And then when Israel began to bomb Gaza, boom, all that hatred, all that anger, all that animosity blew up. And then it just created a whole market for expressions of criticism against Israel online. And then that spread the message. And then more and more people became aware. And then more and more people got disillusioned with Israel because of what Israel has been doing. Melaforta is the girl here. Okay. Okay, we have one lady here. Let me see something here. Try to get all your comments. Politicians are already starting to say, I'm not funded by AIPAC. Well, there you go. It's already happening then. But you see, hold on. That's not the only thing that I stipulated. What I said was, you are going to see a politician who's going to say, I'm not funded by AIPAC, and that'll be a selling point that will lead him to electoral victory. That's what I said. Right? I understand there are already politicians saying they're not funded by AIPAC, but one day we're going to see a politician saying, I'm not funded by AIPAC, and that's going to be a selling point for his victory. Come to think of it, that may have already happened with Zohran Mamdani, because there's a video that you can see, and this really, I mean, this is not really propaganda at this point. This is just reality. that people have been exposed to, and it's really turned a lot of people off. But let's look at the New York mayoral, how do you say it? New York mayoral debate. And you see all these politicians saying that if they become mayor, the first thing they would do is visit Israel. And everyone with the exception of Mamdani says this. And so it makes you wonder, wait a second, why Israel? All these politicians unanimously saying they're all going to visit Israel? Like, what the hell's going on? What's happening here? And that right there demonstrated the amount of control that Israel has over our politicians. And that was one of the reasons why Zohran Mamdani won. So come to think of it, this is already happening. This trend that I'm telling you guys about, it has already happened. Let's watch this.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? Left to right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
And do you think this woman gives a shit about Israel? I mean, really? She looks like an inner city junior high school vice principal. You think she gives a shit about Israel? She's saying Israel because the Israel lobby has paid her. That's the reason why. And all these politicians, with the exception of Zohran Mamdani, said the same damn thing. They all gave the same damn answer. Is that a coincidence? Coincidence, anyone? Really?
I would visit the Holy Land.
Mr. Cuomo?
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, two of our greatest allies.
They all say Israel. Israel, Israel, Israel. They're all thinking the same thing, just coincidentally, just willy-nilly, just like that. They're all thinking the same thing because they all love Israel. It's so authentically. This is all so sincere. It's so organic. They all organically, unanimously want to go to Israel. Really? That's bullshit. This is not a coincidence. This is a coincidence, everyone.
Allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani?
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across
that was a smart answer.
5 boroughs and focus on that.
That was a smart answer. And you have all these Republicans saying, oh my God, this Muslim guy has won. Now he's the mayor of New York City. Yeah, he's the only politician who actually gave a smart answer. Yeah, I'm not going to focus on a foreign power. I'm just going to focus on New York City because I would be elected to run New York City. That's the reason why. Why in the hell would I want to go to Israel for? What does Israel have to do with New York City? And apparently, Israel has a lot to do with New York City because all these politicians unanimously said they would go to Israel.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit?
And they question him on this. They press him on this. They don't just say, okay, that's his answer. Very good. All right, next person. No. They question him on this. Mr. Mamdani, why don't you want to go to Israel? What's the problem with Israel? Are you anti-Semitic? It's just proof, right? This is further proof of people's suspicions that America has a lot of politicians who are working at the behest of Israel.
Israel? As mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether
Smart answer.
That's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
What does this have to do with being the mayor? Why is this even a significant question? Again, this shows what? That America doesn't. Well, what's the perception? I don't want to make this emphatic statement, but what is the perception? The perception is our politicians are controlled by a lobby that works at the behest of a foreign power. Where is our sovereignty? Where is our democracy? Where is our power over the politicians? It seems like the politicians care more about the funds from a lobby that represents foreign interests than it does the actual demands of the people.
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not
As a Jewish state?
Notice.
As again, he keeps getting pressed. He keeps getting pressed on this issue. It's so cringe and it's so weird, but at the same time, it creates a perception. It sends a message. Israel, a foreign power, a foreign nation, has a tremendous amount of influence on politicians.
State with equal rights.
He won't
Not as a
say it
Jewish
has a
state.
right to exist as a Jewish state. Be very
And
clear
his
on
answer
that.
was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that.
That's what he was trying to say.
No. Unlike
No,
you, I
you
answer.
never-
Unlike
you
you, I
never
answer
said
questions
no.
very
Okay.
directly.
My goal would be to take my first trip to Israel.
And the next guy says Israel. He doesn't think, wait, Mamdani gave a pretty good answer. I might want to try to replicate what he said somewhat at least. No, he says Israel. And the black dude is laughing because he knows it's bullshit.
My wife's life work in this area means a lot to our family.
So we already have a politician who won partially because he said, yeah, Israel, what? Israel, what? No, I'm going to take care of New Yorkers. Thank you very much. It's so crazy, guys. It's so crazy. I'm going to turn my music back on. Hold up. It's just so, it's so revealing. I am one of the Americans that lost respect for Israel for the Gaza Holocaust. I don't defend Hamas. I defend against wrong with wrong. Right, exactly. My position is the same. And it's wrong to deny food, water, and killing civilians. Yes, I agree. How long into the future because Massey and Majority Taylor Greene stands alone? It's just going to continue on. I mean, the fact is that in 2022, 42% of Americans had a negative view of Israel. And now it's 53%. And that's just 2 years later. So every year it's going to get bigger. Every 2 years it's going to get even bigger. So it's an ongoing trend that's only going to intensify. And Israel is continuously digging itself in its own ditch. It bombed Syria. It tried to pull America into a war with Iran. Israel also worked with Mike Schultz. Was it Schultz or... No, sorry, Mike Walls. Israel worked with Mike Walls behind Donald Trump's back. And they were trying to conspire to get America to do a bombing campaign on Iran in cooperation with Israel. Donald Trump didn't like that. And why was Israel working behind Donald Trump's back? Because Israel doesn't really care about America. Israel wants to use America as a proxy. Israel wants to use America and pull Israel into a war, pull America into a war. That's it. It's the bottom line. That is the bottom line. And so people have noticed this. People are becoming noticers. And they're noticing anti-Christian sentiment in Israel. Even freaking Mike Huckabee had to address this issue recently. He sent a letter to an Israeli official saying, hey, Israel, you need to control your fanatics and stop this persecution against Christians. And people are noticing this more and more often. And so they're becoming less favorable towards Israel. It really is that simple. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, Gypsy Bird. Darth Revan 48. It's kind of like the Family Guy jokes about senators' view on the Iraq War. I haven't seen that, but I'll have to look it up. Politicians are already... Okay, I already read this. Israel blackmailing America since the 50s. I mean, when did it blackmail America? In the 50s? I don't want my money to go to Israel no more. I'm sick of the wars. I'm sick of my brothers dying for an ethno-state that kills people. Elmo, anti-Semitic hackers. Oh boy. Netanyahu has so much dirt on Trump. Who knows? We'll have to see, but wouldn't surprise me. When I was an evangelical, I was lied to about Israel as a moral state. Got on the internet and seeing Israel spitting on Christ, priests, and nuns. And yeah, I've seen the same thing. The guy with the long horns. 3 years ago, I was with my friend who hates what Israel has done. I was passing a church with Israel flag. I said they worship the Lord and Savior, not Yahoo, however you spell his name. Well, there you go. Trump campaigned on fighting the swamp just to find out he is the swamp. You see, and that's the thing. You can't really become president and not be connected to the elite or an elite yourself. It's just, you can't. There's no such thing as the outsider that runs for office and then he's the president. That's just, you have to be connected to the elites. And Donald Trump has always been connected to the elites. He's always been connected to the elites. He supported the Clintons. He gave tons of money to politicians. He was friends with Epstein. He is connected to Alan Dershowitz, who was Netanyahu's lawyer, and also he was Epstein's lawyer. Like, Donald Trump is a part of the elites. You can't become president without being connected to the elites. It's impossible. Literally impossible. It's just not going to happen. Do not put your trust in princes and human beings who cannot save. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's time for Trump to enforce the law and bring an end to foreign bribery from Israel and, for that matter, any and all foreign powers. I mean, I think eventually you will see the United States throw Israel under the bus. I really believe you're going to see that. A lot of people don't believe me because they think that every American is like a walking Pat Robertson, but it's just the reality. I mean, so many more people are hating on Israel. Israel has so much sway in American politics, and I want Israel out of our policy and country. Imagine why our roads are not built. I mean, dude, I don't know. I'm not going to go that as far as to blame Israel for the roads. I mean, we could support Israel and make good road systems. Those things aren't mutually exclusive. Parasitic and cannibalistic, this is the spirit of that nation. When you're politically blackmailed, you don't care about the sentiment of your minions. True. I'm sick of being world police for Israel and other nations. Yeah, a lot of people feel this way. This is becoming the dominant position now in politics, actually. Tel Aviv Cruise. There you go. Tel Aviv Cruise. All this trick in the book, discrediting the messenger. Yep, politicians need to wear logos. I 100% agree with this. I heard this idea years ago, and I thought it was a brilliant idea. All politicians, when they're doing speeches, campaign speeches, when they're doing any speech in the capacity as a politician, should wear a jacket and pants covered in the logos of the people that fund them. 100%. AIPAC, whatever, ADL, whatever. All of these funders, all of the funders for politicians should each have a sticker that represents them. And those stickers should just cover the politicians when they're speaking. Like NASCAR drivers. I mean, really. Like NASCAR drivers. And so if they started to do that, if they actually started to do that, the funders would have to completely change their identities, really. I think the funders would still be there. The AIPAC would still be there. But AIPAC would probably have to change its title, get rid of their old website, create some sort of a shell website that has a bunch of gobbledygook word salads that mean nothing. And then just say, have a website that says something like, here in Pacific Innovations, we are fixated on establishing innovations for the negotiations of the manifestations of of certain particular structures that are actually assets and benefits for society. What that means, I have no idea, but you see that sort of bullshit. You see this sort of word salad in all these shell websites for all these weird ass fake companies. You see this. You see this sort of thing all the time when you read about like front groups and shell companies, and AIPAC would just have a website like that, and they would call themselves like Pacific Innovations or something like that, and then people would just get to the bottom line of it and say, "What's this Pacific Innovation website? What's this company?" And they'll find out, oh, it's actually linked to Israel. It's actually just AIPAC. And then people would know, oh, it's just AIPAC. Okay, so this guy is paid by Israel. All right, next one. And then you're going to have one guy that's just going to have one sticker. And that sticker is going to be AutoZone. Or something like that, right? AutoZone gave me money. All right, I'm here for the... It's going to be like Pennsylvania Steel. The Pennsylvania Steel Company has given me campaign donations. Why? Because I'm here for the people. I'm here for the worker. And then that guy would become popular. Basically, the one with the less stickers would be the one to most likely win. That's just the bottom line. But yeah, absolutely agree. That's a very good idea. And they'll never do it because people will then know who is determining, who's dictating what to the politicians. Hello, Melaforta. First time I heard Zog was an American History X. Yeah, that's a movie about a neo-Nazi, so that's not very surprising. I've actually never seen the totality of that movie. Exactly what I said. The ground has never been that fertile to radicalize off. Yeah, 100%. The dude became a veteran LARPer. Camp of the Saints is deep Nazi territory. It is. Yep, straight up, it's Nazi. It's Nazi literature. Theodore, are you a Christian? Yes, I am. I would not read that book. I'm a Christian. Very good. I'm right there with you. The book seems to have neo-pagan undertones from what you said. Yes, I could totally see that. But if you read the book, it clearly says that you Christians who believe in this compassion of Jesus is what helped lead to this whole terrible situation where foreigners are overrunning us, and it blames Christianity for mass migration and for migrant crimes. And it's just an evil book. It really is an evil book. Let's see here. Was his name Ronaldo Nazaro? No. Hosper is dead. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Melaforta has 3 crosses. Very good. Do you remember me? Project events. I don't remember you at all, my dude. No, I don't remember you. I don't know who you are. Number 1, lack discernment. Lots of people watching today. Really? What's the number of watchers? 41 people? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I am Theo's and his dad's friend. All right. I still don't know who you are. King David fought against Israel twice. What was the second time? I know he fought against Absalom. What was the other time? I am for sharing the gospel of all peoples and nations. That is why I am not evangelical Zionist. Very good. I'm from Kentucky, mate. All right. Don't know who that... There's a lot of people from Kentucky. It's quite scary when someone you know and love begins to turn toward extremism. Yeah, it's really weird. Yup, it is. It's very surreal. Let's see here. Hello, Catherine. Is that one girl still around? Heather, I haven't seen her in a while. Faris Alanezi says, do you have Twitter or way to send you a clip to comment on? Yes, Theodore Schubot is my Twitter handle. It's basically the same name as my YouTube account. Hello, Guts. Good to see your channel still well after you openly critique Israel. Yep, absolutely. Let's see here. Okay, this dude's getting weird. This dude is getting weird. Danielle Weiss on Pierce Morgan. Yup. You should see Daniela Weiss about 40 years ago saying exactly the same thing. She's been around for a long time. She's basically the woman version of Meir Kahana, and she has zero femininity with her. There is not a single feminine characteristic exhibited by this woman. I mean, it's like you're talking to a man. The way she talks, the way she moves, everything about her. She's very male in her vibe and in her mannerism and in her constitution. She's just gross to look at. Hello, David. I remember the day if you criticize Israel or question their motives reasonable, you were shut off. Yep, you were called anti-Semitic. They told you that you were an enemy of God because Israel is God's people. If you criticized Israel, they would associate you with Islamic terrorism. It was pretty bad. Very, very, it was very bad faith in those days. Mayoral. Mayoral. That's a weird word to try to pronounce. Mayoral. Hello, hello world. Let's hope USA will win and Europe will lose. I don't know. I think America and Europe are kind of tag teaming right now against Russia. The obsession with Israel, yeah. They deemed you bend the knee. They demand you bend the knee for Israel. It's amazing. Yup. The most horrific part is that they get angry at him for not explicitly announcing his undying loyalty to the supreme leader. And this video went so viral online. I saw this video all over Facebook, all over Twitter. It's on YouTube. It went so viral because it's less than a minute long, or it's about a minute long or so. And yet it exemplifies something that everyone is focusing on. It's exemplifying something that everyone is noticing. And that is Israel's undue influence on American politics. And people didn't notice this 20 years ago, 30 years ago. People did not notice this. People were very in support of Israel, and they thought, well, America supports Israel because we're a godly country. That's the reason why. And it's just, people are realizing, oh my God, they have all this crazy support. Okay, so someone wants me to react to a video. Okay, let's check this video out. Hold up. Let me turn my music off. Yeah, people will realize, wait a second. The reason why America supports Israel is because of money? And not because of the Bible? Yup, that's right. You've been lied to. All right, so somebody sent me this video. Let's react to it. Let's react to this. All right, so we got a bunch of settlers in a store. Looks like this is filmed in the West Bank somewhere, if I had to guess. So hold on, these subtitles are a little bit fast. Hills Cups wishing you good. Hills Cups wishing you good. I'm guessing this is a mistranslation, and what he's actually saying is Hillside Youth, because they call themselves Hillside Youth. You're now on your hill, on your farm. You caught someone stealing your goat. And he's... And you know what's so ironic is that settlers actually steal goats from Palestinians. Yeah. But they always want to make it out as if the Palestinians are always the thieves, and they're never the thieves. So the thief of your goats is a non-Jew. What do you do? What are you going to do to him? Burn him? Shoot him? Oh, is this like the Price is Right settler style? Strangle him or stone him? We strangle him, brother. Yes, we strangle him. And it has nothing to do with justice, by the way. All this desire to strangle people to death, it has nothing to do with justice. The thieving the goats part is just a way to say that they're killing for a particular reason. But as I've said many times, this sort of thing is just a pretext, and a pretext is used to justify the real underlying desire, and that is cruelty. Wait, everyone. Where are the options again? What are the options again? So I guess TikTok has fried this Zoomer's mind to the point that he can't even remember the options. Strangling, stoning, shooting, and burning. And he's like, oh, this guy says, what's the options again? Because my attention span has been so fried by TikTok, or as they say in Israel, TikTok. TikTok. I've seen you on TikTok. Strangling, burning, stoning, shooting. Listen, this is criminal. We strangle him. Strangle him, yeah. You strangle him. Toss him in a river. They just love blood, these people. You shoot him. Burn him. Oh, this guy's going for the burning. He wants real suffering and agony. Burn him. You get the prize because you have the cruelest punishment. And strangling. So the right answers were the cruelest answers. This is the spirit of Levi here. The spirit of Simeon and Levi, everyone. That's the spirit of Simeon and Levi. What is the spirit of Simeon and Levi? It's basically the spirit that says, well, some type of injustice has been done, and so therefore I have the right to do a horrendous crime. That is the spirit of Simeon and Levi. And if you want to look more into this, just go to the book of Genesis and read the story of Simeon and Levi. And God curses them, by the way. The most horrific part is that they get angry. Okay, I already read this. Did you hear what's going on? Yes, I've talked about it, and I've written about it. It's horrendous, and it's just typical Middle Eastern insanity, and Israel's taking advantage of it to expand into Syria. Who thought that Elmo was a groiper? I've seen this meme before. I really don't know anything about it. I think in a year or two you will be streaming mainly on American extremism, since they're rising rapidly while every other political group is either stagnating or declining. Well, extremism is rising in America, but I would also argue that it's rising in Europe. Had a little Freudian slip there. Yeah, I would argue that it's also rising in Europe as well, and it's probably rising at a much more intense level in Europe, especially in Germany, given the fact that their second biggest party is a repackaged Nazi party, so that's pretty significant. Jimmy Carter, yeah, that's why he only lasted one term. And don't forget JFK. He wanted to force AIPAC. He wanted to make AIPAC register itself as a foreign organization. What happened to JFK? Why not wear the golden star? I mean, if the politician refuses to wear a golden star, that would be deemed as anti-Semitic, so might actually not be a bad idea. He's got a golden star, so he's paid by AIPAC. I don't know, that sounds kind of weird, the golden star thing, because it harkens back to the Holocaust. But if AIPAC decided to make the golden star, people who get funded by AIPAC should just have an Israeli flag on their jacket. Then that would clear out any confusion as to who's funding this person. The idea of putting ads on politicians during election time is so American. It's perfect. It's totally perfect. That Rome book in the background, is it a good read? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's about the it's about 7 conquests of Rome that took place in history. It's pretty good. It goes back to the ancient Gauls, the Gaulish invasion of Rome. It gets into all the various Germanic invasions of Germanic invasions of Rome, and then it gets into the French invasion of Rome, and then it eventually gets into the most fascinating sacking of Rome that this book writes about is the sacking of Rome in 1527, where you had a bunch of Lutheran mercenaries who were part of a group called the Landsknecht. And the Landsknecht was a bunch of Lutheran German mercenaries, and they sacked Rome on the orders of the Holy Roman Empire because Rome had made a secret treaty with France, I believe, and France was the big enemy of the Holy Roman Empire. So to punish Rome, the Holy Roman Empire sicked these fanatical Lutheran mercenaries on Rome, and those Lutheran mercenaries said, "Death to the harlot of Babylon! Burn the harlot of Babylon! Set the harlot of Babylon on fire!" And so they went into Rome and they destroyed the city and they butchered tens of thousands of people. And it was the worst sacking of the city of Rome in the history of the city of Rome. Not even the Nazis were as vicious and murderous as the Landsknecht was. But the book also gets into the the Nazi takeover of Rome. And you read this book and you think to yourself, there's a pattern here. Now, the earliest sacking of Rome was done by the Gauls, according to this book. But then all of a sudden you read about the next sacking. It's done by the Germanians. And the following sacking of Rome, done by the Germanians. And the next sacking of Rome, done by the Germanians. Germanians. And then you get into the 1527 sacking of Rome, and who does that sacking? Germanians, German Lutherans. And then you get into the modern era, and then you read about a people taking over the city of Rome. Who are these people? Nazis, Germans. So the Germans have a very long history of taking over Rome. I don't know why that is, but there's just this continual pattern in history of Germans just taking over Rome, sacking it, pillaging it, or occupying it in the case of the Nazis. So I'm thinking, man, I wouldn't be surprised to see in the future the Germans getting right back into Rome and saying, hey, we have to take over Rome because you never know. Russia might take over Rome. You know, the whole Eastern Orthodox versus the Vatican thing. We know the Russians don't like Roman Catholics, so we got to take over the city of Rome to protect it from the evil Russians, and then all of a sudden you'll have a German occupation of Rome yet again, everyone. Yeah, so the book is very good, but it's called Rome: A History of Seven Sackings, or A History in Seven Sackings, something like that. You can find that on Amazon for a pretty cheap price. Pretty certain I bought this book at Barnes & Noble, but you can find it on Amazon. The book was published, I want to say, in 2017 or 2018. I don't exactly remember. But it is a really good book. The book of Jeremiah kind of mirrors the world we're living in. I got to look into that. Effeminacy. Let's see here. Gaza is fallen next to the West Bank. Yep, that's the next target. How barbarous they seem, like people straight from 10,000 BC in their violence. It's more like 40 AD, right? We're talking... The Jews of Israel today, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of the 70 AD energy. There you go. Darth Revan really nailed it right there. It's not 10,000 BC. 10,000 BC is more like, hey, we found this pit and it's full of bones, and looking at the bones, looking at the skeletal remains, these people went through some pretty horrific torture. What happened here? I don't know, but we checked out the DNA of the bones in the pit. Looks like these people came from Anatolia. Maybe they were nomadic Anatolian farmers, and then it turns out they were growing lentils. Maybe they were selling lentils as merchants, and then some people from the north came and butchered them. Who were the butchers? We really don't know. But looking at their genetics, it turns out they were some other Indo-European. Perhaps they were from the Yamnaya. Maybe they were Yamnaya people. Maybe they were from the corded ware civilization. I don't know. We really don't know. All we know is that a lot of people died, right? And their bodies were dumped into a pit. And looking at their bones, these people went through some pretty excruciating torture, and that's pretty much it, right? Ancient crime scene, and from the crime scene, we really can't tell much of anything except that a lot of people were killed. So when you get into 10,000 BC, that sort of thing, you're getting into Paleolithic crimes or prehistoric crimes, and we really don't know much. But 70 AD energy, that's the vibe that we're getting in Israel right now. That's the vibe right there. That is the vibe that we're getting. They want to build a third temple. The last time Israel had a temple, there was a civil war in that country. There was a civil war in that country. People were killing each other over what? Who's going to control the temple? And the Arabs and the Jews, they want to kill each other over what? Who's going to control the Temple Mount? That's really what it comes down to, this obsession with Jerusalem. It goes back to the book of Zechariah, chapter 12. All those who fixate themselves on Jerusalem will be cut to pieces, and this is the curse that we are witnessing right here. And so you have people who are obsessed with Jerusalem. There is such a thing called Jerusalem syndrome, and every single year there are literally 100 cases of Jerusalem syndrome in Israel, every single year. And what's Jerusalem syndrome? Jerusalem syndrome is when people go to Jerusalem and they literally go insane because they get into this condition of religious hysteria and they start obsessing over Jerusalem, worshiping Jerusalem, and then they start having very delusional ideas of religious grandeur, and they start having delusional ideas about themselves, and they start applying themselves into this religious they start thinking that they are something very special in the grand scheme of things, religiously speaking. They start thinking that they're Jesus, or they start thinking that they're the Messiah, and they go crazy, and then they have to be admitted into a crazy house in Jerusalem. And there is a crazy house in Jerusalem that gets all of these people, and they say every year we get 100 cases of Jerusalem syndrome. And the thing is that after they get some kind of mental health treatment, they go right back acting normal. So it is a demonic influence of some sort, definitely there. But you have the crazy Jewish extremists. They want to build the temple, and then when they're going to probably start building their temple, and if they start building it, then all hell's going to break loose. It's going to be very ugly. And who knows, maybe you're going to have balls of fire coming from heaven, raining down from heaven, hitting the construction site. And who knows, perhaps those balls of fire will just be Iranian ballistic missiles. The barbarousness. Okay, hold up. I'm trying to read all your guys' comments here. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. The barbarousness of the Judean Civil War and even before with crucifixion. Yeah, absolutely. Don't they understand Babylon is in Iraq and not Rome? When the Bible speaks about Babylon, it's talking about a figurative place. It's a concept. Babylon is not literal Babylon when it comes to biblical prophecy. Babylon is an analogy, right? Babylon is an analogy for another place. And so when you actually look at what the Bible says and you look at what the saints say, what the church fathers say, Babylon means Jerusalem. Let's see here. Quintilis Vare Legionis Rede, Emperor Augustus mortified by Rome's defeat to the Germanians. Yeah, the Germanians were the big nemesis of Rome. Everyone says that it was the Carthaginians. Listen, the Carthaginians were defeated by the Romans. Yes, the Carthaginians did give a lot of problems to the Romans. That is true. The Carthaginians did try to, and they did invade Italy at one point in time. They could have gotten to Rome if they had actually gotten there faster. After the Carthaginian victory of Cannae, in which 70 or 72 or 75,000 Roman soldiers were slaughtered by the Carthaginians. The Romans were so terrified after that defeat that the Carthaginians should have hit the metal when it was hot and just invaded Rome when the Romans were terrified. Problem is, from what I have read, Hannibal Barca got so filled with hubris and he was so confident due to his major victory on the battlefield in the Battle of Cannae that he thought that he could spend a lot more time taking other territories adjacent to Rome as opposed to just going to Rome itself. And Hannibal Barca's brother told Hannibal, listen, now's the time, hit the metal when it's hot, invade Rome when they're terrified. And Hannibal didn't do that. He decided to go out and take other territories, and that gave a lot more time to the Romans to rebuild their morale and to get their military ready. And Hannibal was not able to take the city of Rome. And eventually, there was the Second Punic War, and the Romans decided to just destroy and to exterminate the city of Carthage. So what eventually happened was that Carthage was no more. Now, on the other hand, you had the Germanians, and the Germanians were never really fully defeated by the Romans. Yes, the Romans did manage to take Germanian territories in various parts of Europe, in France especially, but still, the Romans were never able to fully vanquish the Germanian people, and the Germanians would prove to be a nemesis to the Romans for centuries. You had the Goths, you had the Visigoths, Ostrogoths. These people would prove to be a nemesis of the Romans. And eventually, the Goths just finished off what was left of the Western Roman Empire when they sacked the city of Rome. And that was it. That was the end of it. That was the end of the western half of the Roman Empire. And then Byzantium became what was left of the Roman Empire. And the Western Europe was brought into the era of what is known as the Dark Ages. But basically, it was just a time of a lot of political confusion. And it was a time when lords, people who controlled a lot of land, effectively just became mini kings. And they had their own kingdoms. And then these kingdoms, some of these kingdoms became very big. And then eventually you see the formation of, the gradual formation of later medieval kingdoms. So a lot of the medieval kingdoms, all of the medieval kingdoms actually, for that matter, were just products of the Roman Empire being crushed, and then lords who owned a lot of land becoming kings, and then gradually getting more and more territory, and then establishing pretty massive kingdoms. Speaking of justification of conquering Rome, Italy and France recently refused the Trump scheme to buy American weapons. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Meloni has said that she will not be buying American weapons to give to the Ukrainians, and it's just a Ponzi scheme. It's just a way for America to make money. That's all it is. And basically, it's Trump's way of hitting two birds with one stone. one of the stones is America makes money, and then the other stone is America gives weapons to Ukraine while at the same time avoiding the allegation that America is just lending weapons as a charity or as a donation to Ukraine. So Americans are saying, what? We're tired of weapons being sent to Ukraine because those weapons should be for America. They shouldn't be for Ukraine. So now Trump has the argument that says, wait a second, we're selling weapons to these European countries. We're not giving any weapons directly to Ukraine. We're not donating any weapons directly to Ukraine. We're simply selling the weapons. And then the Europeans who buy the weapons are just giving the weapons away to Ukraine. So there you go. So Trump, because what happened was Donald Trump said, listen, no more Patriot missiles to Ukraine. So then Lindsey Graham comes along. He's like, oh, Ukraine, we gotta help Ukraine. Ukraine. Ah. Because he's paid by Israel. We get it. And he's a NATO operative. And so, or he's just a lawyer for NATO and for all the various military industrial complex companies. And so Trump said, okay, listen, I want to please the Tuckerite side, right? The Tuckerite side says no more wars, no more military interventionism, no more weapons to Ukraine, et cetera, et cetera. But then at the same time, Trump needs to please the Lindsey Graham faction, which is dwindling in numbers, but is still substantial nonetheless. And so Trump said, okay, here's what I'm going to do. Ukraine's still going to get American weapons, but the Europeans are going to pay for it. And the Europeans are going to buy the weapons, and then in turn, they're going to give those weapons to the Ukrainians. Everyone's happy. We're not donating weapons to Ukraine. We're simply selling weapons to Europe, and the Europeans give the weapons to the Ukrainians. And that way Lindsey Graham can say, we're going to still give American weapons to help Ukraine. And then the big companies that actually make the weapons still make money. So they're happy business-wise. America gets a bunch of money for its GDP, and then Ukraine still gets its weapons. That way NATO can still have a justification to exist. Make no mistake about it. All these wars that you see NATO getting involved in are all for money. They're a giant business, and NATO needs a reason to exist. If there is no war, if there are no tensions with Russia, NATO has zero reason to exist. There literally is zero reason to exist. Case in point, if you don't believe me, I'm not just pulling this out of my ass, all right? This is not your uncle's deductive reasoning. This isn't your minority uncle sitting on a reclining chair saying, it's all just money. It's all just money. I mean, your uncle's right, but he's got no proof to prove anything. He's just using his deductive reasoning and his own observation. He's right, but he doesn't know how to justify his belief, his suspicion. It's kind of like that IQ scale meme that I see where it goes something like this. It says, it shows the lowest part of the IQ scale, and then it shows sort of the middle part of the IQ scale, just sort of intermediate intelligence, and then it gets to the far right part of the scale, which is the highest level of intelligence. And so the lowest scale of intelligence, they show this kind of dumb-looking cartoon guy, this dumb-looking cartoonish character, and they made him look idiotic. And then it says something like, oh, this guy says something like, oh, it's Israel or whatever. And then it shows the guy who's in the middle. It shows the guy who's in the middle of the intelligence scale. He's in the intermediate part of the intelligence hierarchy, and he's a little bit smarter, right, than the guy on the left. And he concludes, it's globalists, guys. It's the military-industrial complex. It's neoconservatives. And then it shows the guy who's on the most intelligent part of the scale. He's on the highest intelligence part of the scale, which is the far right part of the scale. And this guy says, it's Israel. So the most intelligent person will agree with the least intelligent person. The difference being that the least intelligent person can't really explain why he believes what he believes in. He just comes to conclusions based on his observations. He's correct, but when he is confronted or when he is challenged, he won't be able to sufficiently defend his position in a debate. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about here. But it's all for money at the end of the day. Now, I'm going to give you guys evidence for what I'm talking about here, all right? I'm going to give you guys evidence for what I'm talking about here. I have been reading this book. This is a really good book, by the way. It's called Provoked by Scott Horton. And this is guys, this is a ginormous book. I don't know how... I'm not going to be able to finish this book quickly because I am a slow reader and I do like to take my time when I'm reading, because as I'm reading, I always take notes. Always. I always take notes on the margins. I also have a little notebook next to me and I take down notes in the little notebook, and that helps me with my videos. Also, when you write down things based on what you've read, you will tend to remember what you've read better. This actually is a great exercise for your memory, for your cognitive function. So it's a massive book. This book is 600 and... Oh my gosh, guys. This book is 600... Okay, minus the About the Author page and minus the maps, this book is 670 pages long, which means this book is going to take me at least 3 months to finish. But he gets into... The whole book is a very in-depth history of the Russian-Ukraine war that broke out in 2022. But the book is also a huge critique of the military-industrial complex. And he begins the book talking about how the Americans and the Germans lied to the Russians by saying, yeah, NATO's not going to go eastward, just include Germany into NATO, just allow Germany to become a member of NATO. And we're not going to expand east. And the beginning of the book gets into how the Americans and the Germans, for that matter, lied to the Russians, because the Russians fell for it. And so the Russians left Germany, they withdrew out of East Germany, they enabled NATO to take over all of Germany, and then they actually began to expand eastward. And in fact, while Germany was being reunified, as it was happening, as German reunification was taking place, NATO was already scheming on how they were going to expand eastward. The whole thing was a lie from the beginning. Russia fell for it because, and let's be real here, Russia was in a position where it had no choice but to fall for it. Because the Soviet Union was very weak. It was crippled in the war in Afghanistan, just like America got devastated in Afghanistan or got stuck in a disaster war in Afghanistan. I mean, they call Afghanistan the place where empires die, and that's for no reason. And so Russia was in a very weak position. It was not in a position to be calling the shots and to be telling America off. So America says, listen, Russia, you've lost the Cold War. You're losing. You've already lost, actually. You're really weak right now. Here's what we want you to do. We want you to withdraw out of East Germany. Now, why was this such a big deal? Why was it such a big deal for the Russians to leave East Germany? This is a really good question, guys, because it really demonstrates the geopolitical reality of Germany. It really demonstrates the significance of Germany when looking at the geopolitics of Europe and when looking at the tensions between Western Europe and Russia. And those tensions are going on right now as we speak. Let's be real. The Germans right now have been talking for years about enlarging their military, and they've been talking for many years about making their military more powerful, about making their military stronger. The Germans for decades have been working to actually establish some sort of a hegemon in Europe, and the political discourse in Germany about making Germany into a strong military power again really intensified in 2022, right after Russia invaded Ukraine. So really, the night that Russia invaded Ukraine, and I know this because I remember this because I was reading the news in real time as it was happening. Because the night that Russia invaded Ukraine, the night that it began to bomb Kiev, or Kyiv, you're supposed to say Kyiv now. I'm just going to say Kiev because I don't like this sort of capitulation due to some sort of bias for Ukraine. But anyway, The night that Russia invaded Kiev, I said, oh my God, I can't sleep. I just couldn't sleep, right? It wasn't going to happen. I wasn't going to sleep. So I got myself a bunch of coffee, and I began to read, and I began to write. And I began to work on an article on what was happening at that time. So I was really reading the news in real time. I was reading articles that had come out. I was reading articles that were published very soon before I was reading them. I was reading articles seconds after, or minutes after they were published. And I remember reading about how the Germans were saying, now is the time. This is it. We have to get our military powerful again because the Russians are seriously expanding and they will be in NATO if we don't stop them. We got to make our military powerful. And so, not too long after this, Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz, came out with his turning point speech, his infamous turning point speech. And he said that Germany was going to reserve 100 million euros to spend on its military. Fast forward to today, and we see the Chancellor of Germany, Mr. Friedrich Merz, saying that the German military is going to be the biggest military in Europe. We see the Germans talking about acquiring nuclear weapons. We see German nationalists talking about acquiring nuclear weapons. We see things that we haven't seen since the days of our great-grandparents. Let's be real here. It's pretty insane what's happening, but it's happening, guys. So let's rewind back a little bit to the Cold War. This is really interesting, and this is based on some of the stuff that I've been learning recently. Let's rewind back to the Cold War for a little bit here. Oh shit, we can't hear me. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, guys. I have to go back to the beginning. This is music from The Witcher 3, by the way. I'm so sorry, guys. Guys, let me just take a breath real quick. I did not read. I gotta start all over again. I did not realize. Oh my god, dude. I gotta watch the music every time now. It's difficult to try to repeat what you've said with the same energy, but I'm gonna go for it. You didn't miss what I said? Oh, damn. It's not gonna look good for the recording, though. That sucks. All right. I gotta make sure the music is freaking low. All right, everyone. So a lot of people left because the music was too loud. It dropped down from 40-something views to 34 viewers. That's fine. We're going to go back, and I'm gonna try to summarize what I said as best as I can. So we're gonna talk about the significance of Germany in geopolitics, because here's the thing: a lot of people will underestimate Germany, and they'll say Germany is just a weak country. It's a flimsy country. It's a shadow of its former self, etc., and all this stuff. And the reality is that Really, nothing could be further from the truth. The significance of Germany, geopolitically speaking, can be easily determined or can be easily noticed when simply looking at the history of the end of the Cold War. The history of the end of the Cold War. What happened at the end of the Cold War? The Soviet Union had lost the Cold War. The Soviet Union was very weak. It really had no choice but to acquiesce to the demands of the Americans. It was not in a position to be calling the shots and to be acting tough towards the Americans. The Soviet Union was at the mercy of the United States. And so what happened? The Americans told the Russians, told the Soviets, the Americans told Gorbachev, it's time for you to leave East Germany. And the Russians did not want to leave East Germany. Why didn't the Russians want to leave East Germany? The reason why the Russians did not want to leave East Germany is because they were worried about an independent German power. They were worried about Germany reviving itself. This was the main concern of the Russians. So the Americans told the Russians, listen, we know that you are terrified of a revived German power. We know that you are terrified of an independent German power. So here's what we're going to do for you, Russia. Here's what we're going to do for you, Gorbachev. We are going to include NATO into the fold, we are going to include Germany into the fold of NATO. And by doing so, we will control Germany, and we will make sure that Germany stays basically under our thumb and under our control. And thereby, we will prevent Germany from becoming an independent power. And the Americans told Gorbachev, James Baker, the Secretary of State under President H.W. Bush, told Gorbachev, if you do not allow Germany to become a member of NATO, what will happen, Mr. Gorbachev, is that Germany will become an independent power. It will have a powerful military. It'll have an independent military, and it will acquire nuclear weapons. This is what James Baker told Gorbachev. Well, how do we prevent this? You may ask, Mr. Gorbachev. How can we prevent this? How can we prevent Germany from reviving its power and getting nuclear weapons? Well, Mr. Gorbachev, it's very simple. All you have to do is allow us to control Germany. All you have to do is allow for Germany to become a member of NATO. And NATO will call the shots. And NATO will control Germany. Simple as that. And the Russians accepted. The Russians said, okay, America, because you are giving us these assurances that you are going to control Germany and prevent Germany from becoming an independent power and prevent Germany from becoming a threat to Russia again and prevent Germany from getting nuclear weapons, we will withdraw out of East Germany and we will allow Germany to become a member of NATO. And the Russians even said, you know what, America? We also want to become a member of NATO. And the Americans said, no. We don't want that. And the Americans changed the subject. So the whole thing, you see, this whole thing of Russia versus Ukraine and Russia versus NATO, it all goes back to what happened in East Germany. It all goes back to Russia withdrawing out of East Germany. And Russia withdrawing out of East Germany enabled German reunification that made NATO more powerful because Germany got included into the fold of NATO. And then what happened with German reunification was the fall of the Soviet Union. And when the Soviet Union was no more, America was then enabled to become the global empire. And because Russia was in such a weak position, given the fact that the Soviet Union had just fallen and the Russian Empire was no more, or the Soviet Empire was no more, America was thus enabled to expand itself through NATO eastward, taking parts of Eastern Europe, taking Central Europe, taking the Baltic regions. And this was to the anger and to the significance of Germany geopolitically speaking. Russia withdrawing out of East Germany was contingent upon the fact that America was going to prevent Germany from reviving itself. And by convincing the Russians that Germany would be prevented from being revived, the Russians withdrew out of East Germany, and by leaving East Germany, that enabled Germany to reunify itself. That enabled NATO to take over all of Germany. And that, in turn, enabled NATO to expand eastward from Germany into the rest of Central Europe, taking Poland, and also entering the Baltic states and absorbing Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, thus establishing America's empire in Europe and establishing America's position as a European power. And you may say, what? America as a European power? How does this make any sense? America is not Europe. Ask H.W. Bush. H.W. Bush said that America will become a European power. And so by establishing its power over Europe, America establishes itself as a European empire. And so why is America so interested in this? Well, for two reasons, several reasons, actually. You could say money. There's a big business in the American military-industrial complex, so that's a major reason why. There's a lot of money that goes into American military defense technology. There's a lot of money that goes into weapons. It's a big, big, fat business. A lot of politicians get paid by the American military-industrial complex. A lot of politicians get financial donations or campaign donations from big defense companies. So there's that. There's a big monetary benefit in all this. But at the same time, the Americans maintain their empire by preventing regional powers from rising up. And this was made very clear, and we'll get more into this in a little bit here, but this was made very clear by the Pentagon in the 1990s, wherein the Pentagon stated, we have a new doctrine for our foreign policy, and that doctrine is that America would control Europe, and by controlling Europe, we will weaken the Russians, and we will make sure that the Germans stay down. The Americans did not want the Germans to revive their power. Why is that? For obvious reasons. If you unleash the Germans and allow the Germans to become independent 100%, and if America removed its military occupation of Germany, because right now Germany is under American military occupation, there's about 33,000 or so U.S. troops living in Germany currently. That's a lot of people. And if America allows for Germany to become an independent country, Germany will become a rival to the American empire. That is not an if, that is not a maybe, that is not a could, that is a will. Germany will become a rival to the United States if Germany is enabled to become militarily independent. And Germany will acquire nuclear weapons. It's not a matter of it could, it's not a matter of it may, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of will. Germany will acquire nuclear weapons if it is allowed to. Because in order to become a superpower, you have to have nuclear weapons, because nuclear weapons are the great equalizer in geopolitics. If I have nuclear weapons and you don't have nuclear weapons, I have more leverage over you. I have more leverage in the negotiating table. I am more powerful than you. It's like if you have your fist and I have a gun, who's got the advantage in the fight, right? The guy with the gun has the advantage. If you have your fist and I have a knife, who's got the advantage? The guy with the knife has the advantage. So the same thing applies to geopolitics. If you have nukes and the other person doesn't, you're more powerful. It's really that simple. If you know jujitsu and the other person has zero experience in martial arts, you have the advantage. It's nuclear weapons are the great equalizer. So if Germany is going to become a major power, and if Germany is going to have its own foreign policy, and if Germany is going to become a major influencer and controller in the world, it's going to have to acquire nuclear weapons. So that way Germany could tell the Russians, hey, Russia, you better do this. You better listen to us. Because we have nukes and we're aiming right at Moscow. And the Russians could say, well, we're aiming right at Berlin. We're aiming right at Hamburg. We're aiming right on Potsdam. We're aiming on Munich. But the Germans could say, well, that's true, but we're still going to nuke Moscow. So if you want to nuke us, fine, but we're going to nuke you, and a lot of your people are going to be dead. So how do you want to do this? So nuclear weapons on both sides leads to a tendency to be more diplomatic. That's why Israel is a little bit nicer to the Iranians. Yeah, sure, they bombed Iran, but Iran bombed the shit out of Israel. Why? Because, well, there is talk in Israel about how Iran already has nuclear weapons. And it's possible that Iran already has nuclear weapons, and perhaps that's why the Israelis were a lot faster to agree to a ceasefire. That's possible. But nuclear weapons and having powerful weapons and having a really good military industry really helps you in diplomacy, because then you can say, well, listen, I got the guns and you got the guns, so let's be nice to each other. It's kind of like that. Oh, there's a movie that I watched years ago. It was called Wyatt Earp or something like that. It had, who's the guy who played Wyatt Earp? Who's the guy who played Wyatt Earp? Which movie is it? The Wyatt Earp movie. Yeah, okay, it's called Wyatt Earp. There you go. Okay, Wyatt Earp, starring Kevin Costner. All right, it's not my favorite movie, but there is a scene. There is a scene in the Wyatt Earp movie that really demonstrates this. It demonstrates what I'm talking about here. There's a scene where a mob of people want to kill Wyatt Earp. So they come to, a giant mob of people come, they all have guns, and they're coming after Wyatt Earp. And it's nighttime, I think it's raining, and Wyatt Earp comes out, and they all have guns. I mean, if they wanted to, they could have killed Wyatt Earp easily. But they did not kill Wyatt Earp, and they didn't even pull the trigger. None of them pulled their triggers on Wyatt Earp. Why? Because they all had guns, right? They all had guns. They could have easily killed Wyatt Earp. But Wyatt Earp comes out, and he's got 2 pistols. And he's pointing both of his pistols at him, at the crowd. And he says, okay, you guys can kill me, but remember, I'm going to start pulling these triggers. And some of you are going to die. Which one of you, I don't know. But some of you are going to die in the process of you killing me. So do you guys want to take this chance? And they leave. Why? Even though they had the advantage, even though they could have easily killed them, nobody wanted to die. And nobody wanted to be the small group of men who would have been dead in that crowd. It's the bottom line. So weapons are the great equalizer. I'm just emphasizing this point. So if America allows Germany to become independent, Germany will get nuclear weapons. It's just a fact. In fact, this was already made clear in the year 2008 by the US Congress, in which it was stated that if Germany or Japan ever got the impression that they could not rely on the Americans for their defense, Japan and Germany will actually pursue nuclear armament. So the Americans know this. So I want to get more into this subject. I actually prepared for this talk last night, and I took a bunch of notes down. So I'm going to get to the notes, and then I'm going to read to you guys excerpts from Scott Horton's book, because these excerpts from this book are really telling. But let me first get to your comments here. I don't want to ignore you guys here, because part of this chat is me responding to you guys, and it's not me just monologuing. Yeah, you guys were telling me my music is... See, I know you guys have heard it, but what you guys need to understand is a lot of people, for some strange reason, get really easily agitated if music is too loud in the back, and then they just leave. And so I want to repeat myself, because maybe someone is coming into this chat and they haven't heard what I said before, and now they're hearing it for the first time. So I kind of wanted to start from scratch because my energy was disrupted. Let's see here. Yeah, I do need to focus on my chat more often. 37 people, not bad. I can guarantee you, if I was talking about Epstein right now, the views would be a lot more. But I'm not talking about Epstein, so... Listen, I don't want to talk about Epstein too much, because it's one of those things where you don't know exactly what's going to happen. You just don't. Epstein, the files could be released. They could not. They may not be released. The court documents are going to be released. Okay, Trump doodled a naked chick with tits. I mean, it's like, okay, what are we going on here? I don't know. Because I heard yesterday, the Wall Street Journal's got this big story. It's going to be the smoking gun. Then I saw the article and I thought, this is it? Like, this guy drew some tits and then he sent it over to Mr. Epstein. I mean, I don't know. There's not really much to go on from there. The one that stayed are the real fans, yeah. The Good Shepherd, Soviet power is a myth. Okay, Germany has no resources. I don't know if that's actually a serious opinion. I don't know. I'm saying this sincerely, Optimus Princeps. I mean this in all sincerity. Maybe you're right and I'm wrong, but you're right. Okay, listen. You're right in the sense that Germany doesn't have oil, doesn't have gas, but it didn't have those things during World War I. Didn't have those things during World War II. So, listen, we could have been living in the time before World War II, and I could have said, listen, Germany's going to come back, and then you could have just said the same thing, and you would have been wrong. You would have been wrong in your prognostication. But you would have been correct in the sense that, yes, Germany doesn't have serious resources. But that doesn't matter. We live in a globalized world where other countries have resources, and you can take those resources. Ukraine has resources. Romania has resources. Norway has resources. Iran has resources. There are many countries that have the resources that a country needs to be a superpower. Nazi Germany didn't have oil. I mean, Germany during World War II didn't have oil, but it managed to get oil. It managed to get oil from Romania. And it also managed to create its own oil by creating synthetic petroleum. And the Germans were able to create synthetic petroleum out of coal. And they used that synthetic petroleum to fuel much of their military machine. Also, remember, Azerbaijan has oil. Azerbaijan has a lot of oil, tons of oil. Germany could get oil from Azerbaijan. Germany could get oil from Iran. Germany could get natural gas from Ukraine. So, one of the reasons why the Third Reich invaded Russia is because of the resources. Because initially, you see, Germany was buying the resources from the Soviet Union. And then one day the Nazis got up and they said, why are we buying resources? Let's just invade Russia and we'll just invade the Soviet Union and we'll just take all the resources. And the Germans said, yeah, that's a great idea. And it was a terrible idea. And they ended up losing. So one of the reasons as to why Nazi Germany invaded the Soviet Union was because Germany didn't have resources. But nonetheless, it still rose up. Yes, it lost the war, but at the expense of what? It lost the war, but it still managed to kill millions of Russians. It still managed to kill hundreds of thousands of Americans, hundreds of thousands of Brits, tons of French people. It still managed to kill millions of Polish people. It did a lot of damage. Damage that we have never forgotten. And we are still recovering from what Germany did 80-something years ago. We're still recovering from it. Poland and Ukraine are still arguing about what the Ukrainians did to the Poles in the 1940s. And Poland is saying, Poland just established a new holiday to remember those who were butchered by the Ukrainian allies of the Germans. And the Ukrainians are pissed at the Poles. Because Europe has never recovered from this. The memory, the trauma of World War II is still there. Still there. Which means that what the Germans did was pretty damn destructive. But you know what? Germany didn't have resources then. So I don't know if you're just trolling me. I don't know if you're actually making a serious argument. I'm going to treat you like you're making a serious argument. I'm responding to you as if you're sincere. And I hope you are. And I'm sure you are sincere. But that is not really an argument that brings to naught what I'm saying. It's just not. Germany has high tech, but needs to import energy from Russia. Nord Stream blow up. Who? Iran. There's always Iran. And the Germans have always had a soft spot for the Iranians. And the Germans were always in favor for the Iran deal. They were vehemently against Donald Trump's withdrawal out of the Iran deal. They could go to Iran. Iran is one of the biggest energy producers in the world. So it's not like Germany is this giant trailer park country. It is a very industrial powerhouse. The technologies can be sold or exchanged for needed resources. Is the stream... Oh, God. Is the stream down? I don't think so. No, it seems like... It seems like everything is working. Is the stream... Can you guys hear me? Are we good? No, I think we're good. I think we're good to go. It's not down for me. I'm looking at myself right now, and I'm totally live. I think someone just has bad internet connection. Let's see here. A number of people were saying that I was lagging, so maybe I did have a connection issue somewhat, or perhaps they all coincidentally had bad internet at the same time. But I'm looking at my internet's working right now, so it's fine. Everything's good. Great. Awesome. Okay, here we go. Japan is high tech, but limited energy resources. Fukushima was unfortunate. Japan's still very high tech, and do you know where Japan gets a lot of their oil? Iran, last I checked. Let's look into this. What countries buy Iranian oil? Which countries buy Iranian oil? UAE, Venezuela, Pakistan, Yemen, Sudan, India. Pretty certain Japan gets Russian oil. Or sorry, Iranian oil. My mistake. Yeah. Yeah, Japan gets Iranian oil. It suspended its imports in 2019. So it looks like it stopped a number of years ago. But for a long time, Japan was getting oil from Iran. The Russians had like 400,000 troops in Germany. Yeah, a lot of Russians fought and died fighting. A lot of Russians died fighting the Germans. Like Dune 1, suddenly Harkonnen withdrew, but who will our next oppressors be? I think I should one day watch that movie. I thought that the early United States just wanted to stay in the Western Hemisphere. What happened? I don't know. Germany needs cheap energy, otherwise it will take Germany a decade longer to reach its ambitions. Okay. I just don't really understand your argument. World War II, before World War II, Germany didn't have oil, and it still managed to make an empire. Before World War One, Germany did not have oil. It still managed to make an empire. I just don't really understand your argument. I've heard this argument so many times. I just don't really understand how it disproves what I'm saying. Let's see here. Who does Germany buy oil from? Kazakhstan, the United States, Norway. Kazakhstan also is a major supplier of oil. That's another option. If Germany tries to build nuclear weapons, the Russians would most likely try to do a preemptive strike. Maybe that'll happen in the future, perhaps. We shall see. Germany does... Oh my gosh, this chat, it goes by so fast. LOL, Iran, NATO is an extension of America. Germany wouldn't do that. I'm telling you guys, the future is going to be very shocking. You will, I don't know, I think we're going to be seeing things that are going to surprise you guys. Not surprise me. I don't get surprised by shit anymore. But you guys will be surprised. Who knows what's going to happen. There's always Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is always an option. Let's see here. Hold on. I'm not downplaying Germany, but reality is they can't beat Russia. When did I say that they can beat Russia? I never said that they could beat Russia. I said they're going to rise again. That's what I said. Just like they rose in the Second World War and they were defeated, but they still rose up. And even though they were defeated, they still managed to inflict tremendous amounts of destruction and damage. That's the concern, you see. The concern about Germany is not that they're going to win and beat everyone around them and take over the world. That's not my concern. My concern is they're going to rise up. They're going to cause a ton of problems in the world. That's the concern. There's still a few people alive from World War II. I know, right? But they're an endangered species and they're going to be gone soon. And then once they're all gone, the history of World War II is going to be reduced to just history. And it's going to be up for grabs. And that's it. Bottom line. We've heard enough of Epstein. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for the next installation to the story. My whole point of talking about Epstein is to simply talk about the perception that the Epstein story causes, and the perception that the Epstein story causes is one that says, "Oh my God, Israel is blackmailing our politicians, and therefore we have no sovereignty," and so that increases and that exasperates anti-Israel sentiment even further. And I think this has contributed to the fact that 53% of Americans don't even like Israel. Let's see here. Let's see here. Hold on. Germany doesn't have its own resources. It's limited in many areas. Okay. I mean, we literally have two major examples in recent history of Germany being a major superpower and a massive military power, or a massive military threat to Russia. So we have two major examples. We've literally all heard these examples. I don't have to tell you what those two examples are. We have every single human being listening to this stream was told about the two times in history when the modern state of Germany became a massive military power. So I'm just shocked and flabbergasted, and I am just... I don't know. I'm at a loss for words as to how people can think that Germany can't rise up again when for our entire lives we've been told about World War I and World War II. I mean, people are talking about China. We've never seen China in the modern era become a major power. Now it is a major power, but we don't have a serious historical precedent for that in the modern post-World War II era. But for Germany, or let's just say for the 20th century, right? Not for the post-World War II era, but for the 20th century, we don't have a precedent of China being a major power. Now it is a major power. For Germany, we have two major historical events in the 20th century. World War I and World War II. And so I'm saying, guys, it looks like it's going to happen again. And then everyone's saying, actually, no, they don't have oil. Really? That's your argument? That's your reasoning? I mean, it's just so ahistorical. I'm just surprised that people in my audience think this. I've been talking about this since 2017. Maybe some of you guys are new here. You guys don't know that I've been talking about this for that long. But I've been talking about this on this stream for years, at least. And I'm surprised that people on this chat are still using this argument. It's an ahistorical argument. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know why people believe it. I guess people just don't want to believe that it can happen again. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on in your minds. I wonder where Germany would conduct nuclear tests. I don't know. They'll find a way. America can give it to them. Who knows? They have nuclear weapons in Germany, but they're American. But who knows? I wonder where Germany would... Okay, I already read that. Ted, I think you should stream on Twitch and Kick too. You need to get maximum exposure and get the biggest crowd. I've thought about this, and the problem with Twitch is that they have a lot of rules. They're actually way more stringent than YouTube is. So I'm not sure if I would actually make it on Twitch for very long. Yeah, Germany can conduct... I mean, guys, it's one of the wealthiest countries in the world. When you're one of the wealthiest countries in the world, you can find ways to do things. People are acting like Germany is a giant trailer park. It's one of the biggest economies in the world. It's like the third or fourth biggest economy on Earth, biggest economy in Europe. It has one of the fastest growing militaries in the world. And it launched the biggest wars in history. The biggest wars in history were launched by Germany, and people are acting like Germany is a bunch of toddlers. And I don't know. I guess I'm not teaching as efficiently as I could on this stream. Maybe I'm not communicating my message well enough, but I'm just shocked that people on this stream are saying stuff that's just totally ahistorical. It's just surprising to me. I missed almost 2 hours of your stream. It's not a big deal. Alexandrina Grijo. Hello. Where are you from, Grijo? Hey, cheers, good people. Appreciate that. Mongolia did not have resources. Then yeah. There's still a few people alive from where I already read that. Crisco is a manufactured lubricant that was used in submarines. Ended up being used as a cooking substitute for cooking oil. Damn, I didn't know that. Speaking of Iran, I find it really interesting that the Iranians refused Russian help for building air defenses, even though they have none, and it screwed them over. Damn, I didn't know that. There's clearly some wariness on part of the Iranians to cooperate with the Russians, so I can definitely see Germany working with the Iranians. Listen, God, people are just, I don't know. I just don't really get it. You guys do realize that Germany and Iran have a history that goes way back. During World War II, a lot of Iranians were pro-Hitler. During the Second World War, there were a lot of Iranians that were on the side of the Third Reich. Hitler had an admiration for Iran. A lot of Iranians admired Hitler even after World War II. And the Germans actually supported Iran getting nuclear weapons. I don't know if you guys realize that, but back in the day, I want to say back in the 1990s, there were Germans saying that it would be actually okay for Iran and that it would actually be beneficial for Iran to get nuclear weapons. And when the Iran deal was established, the Germans were all for it. and they were all for doing trade with the Iranians. And then when Donald Trump said he was going to leave the Iran deal, Germany was pissed off. In fact, the Germans were so stubborn about continuing diplomatic relations with the Iranians that the Bill Clinton administration was absolutely pissed off at the Germans. The Bill Clinton administration was like, why are you Germans still working with the Iranians? What's going on? And the Americans were not able to pry the Germans away from Iran. So Germany could totally one day say, you know what, America? F you. We're going to buy Iranian oil. Now, back in the early 2000s, I want to say back in 2004 or 2008, there was a situation in Germany where the Germans said, let's get some natural gas from Iran. And the Germans were going to build about, I want to say about 4 liquid natural gas facilities in Iran. And they were going to export Iranian natural gas and import it into Germany. And the pro-Israel lobby in Germany, in the United States, came out with arms blazing. And they told the Germans, you better not do this, Germany. You better not do this. You better not do business with the Iranians. And the Germans didn't do it. But the Germans were pissed off about that. They said, what? Why are these people telling us what to do? And so as hatred towards Israel increases, I think one day you could see the Germans giving the middle finger to the Israelis and saying, no, we're going to get fuel from the Iranians. We're going to work with the Iranians. I could see that. I could be wrong, but it wouldn't surprise me if that were to happen. They could do it with America. Yes, America has a lot of oil. America has tons of liquid natural gas. I could totally see the United States. That's if American-German relations remains the same at this point. But I could totally see the Americans. The Americans are already exporting energy to the Germans. That's a fact. So the Germans are already using American liquid natural gas. So they already have resources. It's not resources from their native land, but they're still getting resources. Almost completed my mid-2000s Spetsnaz airsoft kit. Awesome. Nations and kingdoms that did not have resources tend to be adaptable, ambitious, and extremely tough. Yeah, that's true. Last I checked, Iran was very upset at Germany. Iran was very upset at Germany. Okay, let's look into this. Iran and Germany. Reimpose Iran sanctions. Right. There's only one reason why Germany is doing this. And that's because of America. That's the only reason why. That is the only reason why. For many years, the Americans were pressuring the Germans to join the American side against Iran. Germany had no interest in doing this for years. But who knows? They may not work with Iran. I'm not saying they will emphatically. What I am saying is that Germany is going to rise up again. That's what I'm saying. Let's see here. Germany has a lot of young immigrants that can be drafted. Yep. There already has been talk about this over there, giving them job. Yep, absolutely. Let's see here. When it comes to Iran, they are a family and Aryan race theory ideology. It shows that fascism may not have been as extinguished as some. No, it hasn't been extinguished. And the thing is that if that sort of racism comes back, then people are going to be saying, yeah, Iran is actually an ally of ours because they're part of the Aryan race. Let's see, Germany closed down most of their nuclear power plants. Now they've had to reopen old coal factories. That's correct. And again, like I said earlier, back in World War II, the Germans were actually creating their own petroleum. They actually created synthetic petroleum. You can look into this. Much of Germany's military machine during World War II was fueled by synthetic petroleum. This is a fact. The Germans learned how to make synthetic petroleum from the Rockefeller Company. The Rockefeller Company patented the recipe and the formula by which to create synthetic petroleum. They taught it to the Germans. There were actually German scientists that traveled all the way to Detroit, I believe. They learned how to make synthetic petroleum, went back to Germany, said, yeah, we can actually make our own petroleum, and they started doing it. So the Germans were taking oil from Romania, but they were also fueling their own military machine by creating synthetic petroleum. And how did they get synthetic petroleum? They made it out of coal. And Germany has a ton of what? Coal. Lots of coal. So they could actually go back to the old recipe book and say, let's go back to the old cookbook and learn how to make synthetic petroleum again. Iran even told the rest of the world to use Iran and not Persia. That's correct. Yep, to emphasize the Aryanness of Iran. And the thing about Germany is, unlike the other European nations that have immigrants against their country, Germany's immigrants are mostly Turkish, who are natural German allies. That's correct. Yes. And Germany and Turkey are both allies. They've been allies for a very long time, going all the way back to when Germany actually established itself as a actual modern day country in the 1870s. One of the first things that Bismarck did upon Germany establishing itself as a unified country was to make an alliance with the Ottoman Empire. So this is a very, very old alliance. It's not going anywhere, just given the geopolitical importance of Turkey. So now that we've gotten through that hurdle, let's get more into this subject. And this is the subject of Germany's geopolitical importance in light of what happened during the Cold War. Because really, if you want to understand what is happening between Russia and Ukraine, you have to understand what happened at the end of the Cold War, how the Russians left East Germany, how that enabled NATO to take over all of Germany, and how NATO taking over Germany enabled NATO to expand eastward. So let's get into this. The entire contention between Russia and NATO over Eastern expansion is hinged on Germany. Because why are the Russians in war in Ukraine? The reason why the Russians are in a war in Ukraine is because they are tired of NATO Eastern expansion. Now you could say it's because of resources. Okay, that's fine. But they are also tired of NATO expansionism. They understand that NATO is the biggest empire in the world. It is really the sole global hegemon, although that is gradually changing. And so for years, the Russians were saying, listen, NATO, stop expanding into Eastern Europe. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. The Americans lied to the Russians. My cat was coughing. The Americans lied to the Russians by telling them that, the Russians that they had no interest in expanding eastward. They just wanted to take over Germany. They just wanted Germany to become a member of NATO. The Russians believed it because, as I've said, they kind of had no choice but to believe it because Russia was very weak. It was not in a position of strength. So, NATO reunified Germany after the Soviet Union had left East Germany. And right after, or really during the time of German reunification, NATO was already planning on expanding eastward. So Russia felt cornered. It felt like it was being further isolated, and it was. And it said, we have to put an end to this NATO power. We have to create, not put an end to NATO, but we have to establish our boundaries. We have to establish our sphere of influence. And we have to create a buffer against NATO. So they invade Ukraine. And this has a lot to do with ideology as much as it does with geopolitics, because NATO and Russia have two different ideologies. The Russian ideology is based on Eastern Orthodox Christianity. It's based on this idea of the Russian idea. It's based on this idea of Russian identity. It's based on this idea of Eastern Orthodox Christian values. NATO doesn't give a damn about Christian values. NATO percolates the world, inundates the world with sodomite ideology. The Russians don't like this. And so if you allow NATO to just expand its influence everywhere, you will allow NATO to expand Sodom. You will allow NATO to expand these ideas as well, to spread these ideas as well. And this is something that the Russians are against. So the Russians want to create their own sphere of influence where they can maintain their own values, and they don't want this NATO. They don't like this idea of NATO just being the biggest dog in Europe. They want to solidify their own boundaries. So they invaded Ukraine. And all of this goes back to NATO lying to the Russians by telling the Russians that they would not expand eastward. And ultimately, it all goes back to NATO telling the Russians that if they just leave East Germany and allow Germany to become a member of NATO, that NATO will make sure that Germany will never revive. And that was good enough for the Russians to leave East Germany. So really, ultimately, this whole fight in Europe currently goes back to Russia's fear of a revived German power. Because they left Germany on the promise that Germany would be controlled. And by leaving Germany, they enabled NATO eastward expansion. And that NATO eastward expansion provoked the Russians into the situation that we are in right now. But at its root, all of this goes back to Russia's fear of a revived German power. And this is really the reason why you see certain statements coming out of Russia about Germany, such as the Russians saying things like, looks like Germany hasn't learned its lesson from World War II. Perhaps we have to do a preemptive strike on Berlin. This is the type of talk, this is the type of discourse that's coming out of Russia. Because of the history that Russia has with Germany as far as the 20th century goes, because of the violent history, I should say, between Germany and Russia, because of World War I, because of World War II, and the fact that so many Russians died fighting the Germans. The Russians never want to see Germany ever get revived again. And the Americans knew this. The Secretary of State under H.W. Bush knew this. And he told Gorbachev, well, we will make sure that Germany never rises up again. And the Russians said, you know what? That's good enough for us. We'll leave East Germany. So Russia leaving East Germany and thus enabling German reunification at its root goes back to a Russian fear of a German revived power. So the Russians did not withdraw out of East Germany without assurances from the Americans that they would not expand eastward. I've already said this. The Americans used the Russians' concern of a nuclear-armed Germany to get the Russians to agree to German reunification. And a lot of this, really all of this, goes back to America's desire to control Europe. So America wanted to control Europe, and they said, listen, Russia, we're going to control Europe. We're going to make sure Germany doesn't revive, so you don't have to worry about Germany. You can just leave Germany to us, and you can go about your business, and we'll make sure that Germany won't be a problem for you in the future. So if you go to page 4 of Scott Horton's book, Provoked, which is on the history of the Russian-Ukrainian war, I'm going to read to you guys something here. This is really interesting. So, in 1992, guys, the Pentagon's post-Iraq War I defense planning guidance from 1992 defined foreign policy and military doctrine for the new decade and into the new millennium. So in 1992, the Pentagon came out with a new doctrine for American foreign policy. What was that doctrine? I'll read it to you guys. This is what the book says. The U.S. must remain the single global hegemon with enough strength to prevent any possible strategic rivals, such as Germany, Japan, Russia, or China. So the Pentagon in 1992 comes out with this dogma, this policy. And it's titled Defense Planning Guidance. That's what it's called. And this was the Pentagon's new foreign policy doctrine for the last decade of the 20th century, the 1990s, and for the incoming millennium, the 2000s, or the 21st century. And that policy or that doctrine was that America will be the big hegemon, and that America will thus prevent other powers from rising up. And what were those powers? What were those countries? Germany, Japan, Russia, and China. So the Americans were also worried about an independent German power, because as I've already said, if Germany is ever allowed to revive, Germany will become a rival of the United States. Now, what is happening right now? Let's fast forward to our own time. What's happening right now is the Americans want to unleash the Germans on the Russians. So the Russians are in Ukraine right now. This is a big concern for the Americans because it basically means America is no longer the only superpower in the world. Russia is now a superpower, and Russia is creating its own empire and establishing its own sphere of influence, or it's really enforcing its sphere of influence, enforcing the existence of its sphere of influence. And the Americans don't like this. So the Americans are saying, okay, we got to stop Russia. But America doesn't want to go to war directly with the Russians because that would mean hell. So the Americans want to unleash the two biggest enemies to Russia in history. And I've said this many times, the Germans and the Turks. The Turks in the Middle East, the Turks in Southeast Europe, because Turkey is in the Middle East or in the Near East, but it's also in Southeastern Europe as well. So the Americans want to use the Turks as a proxy against the Russians in the Middle East and also in the South Caucasus, perhaps also the Balkans as well. And the Americans also want to use the Germans in the West. And the Germans are, when it comes to recent history, the Germans are the biggest nemesis of the Russians, just given what happened in this last century, World War I, World War II, as we all know. So the Americans are saying, okay, we have to basically push the Germans to rearm and to revive their military strength. And this is what the Americans have been doing for really since, well, for a while now, but you can go as far back as 2015, and you can see how the Americans were pushing for the Germans to revive their military strength. You can go back to 2017 and see this. You can go back to 2019. You can go back to 2021, 2022. You can see how the Americans were pushing the Germans to revive their strength. So why are the Americans doing this? The reason why the Americans are doing this is so they can unleash the Germans as a proxy against the Russians. But look at the recent meeting between Friedrich Merz and Donald Trump. What did Donald Trump tell Friedrich Merz? It's actually quite fascinating. And I didn't expect Donald Trump to say this, but he did. Donald Trump tells Friedrich Merz, Chancellor Merz, I like that you're rearming Germany, but if you rearm Germany too much, I'm going to have to tell you to stop. Trump actually said this. He did. He actually said this. He said, if you rearm Germany too much, I'm going to tell you to stop. Why did Trump say this? Because America wants Germany to become powerful enough so that it can fight against the Russians. But it doesn't want the Germans to become so powerful that it can become a rival to the United States. But how is that possible, right? How in the hell can you expect a country to become powerful enough to fight the Russians and not be powerful enough to be a rival to the US at the same time? It's impossible. If you're powerful enough to fight the Russians, guess what? You're powerful enough to rival the US. So the Americans want their cake and eat it too. They want to have their cake and eat it too, as the saying goes. It's going to be difficult because if the Germans become powerful enough to where they're the biggest military force in Europe and they can face the Russians and be a substantial threat to the Russians, And if they become powerful enough to lead much of Europe in a pan-European military force, then they will be powerful enough to rival the United States. And then the US will have made another monster. Because if you think about it, Nazi Germany was what? Nazi Germany was a creation of Wall Street. It was a creation of the British. The Americans put in a ton of money to reindustrialize Germany, and that reindustrialization after World War I enabled the Third Reich. It enabled the militarization of Germany. So the Americans created, or to a certain extent, they created the monster of the Third Reich. And so the Americans created a monster, and the Americans are creating another monster. The question is, and I've said this before, the question is going to be, will America stand side by side with this monster against the Russians, or are the Americans going to go against the monster of their creation, or are they going to do nothing? That's the question. But regardless of what's going to happen in the future, America is creating a German Leviathan, and that monster is being created, and it's going to be born in the future. I'll read your guys' comments here. You assume that any economic bloc can withstand the pressure of World War III. EU today is too interconnected to be open enemies against each other. So if Germany becomes stronger, the rest of NATO must get stronger too. World War III is going to be way different than World War II. It's going to be different from World War II. Yes, the technology is going to be different. And I've said this many times. History never repeats exactly, but it sure as hell rhymes. So you're going to see a revived German power. Is it going to be the same situation as World War II? Obviously not, but it's going to be similar. That's what I'll say. It's going to be similar in the sense that it's going to be Germany versus Russia. What America is going to do, more than likely, America is going to side with the Germans, but there is a chance that it won't. I don't know. I've noticed that France is well aware of its status and place in the world, so it doesn't make sense to me why they are so content with being Germany's sidekick, even though they're inherently enemies. I don't know. I don't know what the French are going to do. The French are working on creating this Franco-German alliance, military alliance, and we'll talk some more about that. Actually, you know what? Let's just actually get right into it. There was an article that came out recently on the New York Times, and basically the Germans, the French, and the British are creating and they are establishing their own security bloc in Europe. And this is basically a response to America showing less interest in fighting the Russians. Now, what do I mean by Americans showing less interest? Well, it's quite obvious. Donald Trump said no Patriot missiles to Ukraine. Lindsey Graham lost his shit over this. He said, oh my God, the poor Ukrainians, what's going to happen to them, blah, 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 blah. So Donald Trump, to abate this faction, this neoconservative pro-military industrial complex faction, said, okay, let's find a loophole here. Let's make a compromise. Europe is going to buy our weapons. They're going to buy American weapons, and then they're going to give those weapons to the Ukrainians. So that is basically America saying, we're going to sell our weapons to the Europeans. The Europeans are going to give their weapons, or are going to give our weapons to the Ukrainians, but we're not going to give weapons directly to the Ukrainians. And the message that's sending is, hey, Americans are not really as interested in helping the Ukrainians. So we're going to find this little loophole so that Europeans can still send American weapons, but we're just not going to send those weapons directly. That's the loophole, you see. So it says here in this New York Times article, the leaders of France, Germany, and Britain are building parallel diplomatic institutions to defend Europe as President Trump retreats from the continent. This is from the New York Times. So it says here, and make sure you guys can see this. So it says here that the leaders of Britain, France, and Germany are bearing lingering grievances. They are creating a new defense partnership, or they're creating new defense partnerships, and together they are keeping a wary eye on their longtime ally, the United States. In the 6 months that President Trump has rattled the decades-old transatlantic alliance, his counterparts in Europe's most powerful countries are building parallel diplomatic and defense institutions for a future without the United States as the primary guarantor of economic and military security. So the British, the Germans, and the French are saying, yeah, America is not sort of exactly as reliable as it used to be. Yeah, sure, the Americans are saying that the Europeans can buy American weapons and give them to the Ukrainians, but that's different from America saying we're going to continue to donate weapons to the Ukrainians. So it shows a further disinterest on the part of America in this Ukraine war and really in Europe's security. So the Germans are saying, all right, let's now establish our own pan-European military bloc. So we're beginning to see this rise of German power in Europe, and we're beginning to see this revival in European militarism. And so it says here, on Thursday, Prime Minister Keir Starmer of Britain and Chancellor Friedrich Merz of Germany signed a wide-ranging treaty for mutual defense, economic cooperation, and other partnerships. The three men are also leaders of a coalition of the willing, aimed at supporting Ukraine's fight against Russia as American support wanes, an effort that will soon get a formal headquarters in Paris. Planning for a possible Europe-led peacekeeping force in Ukraine has been underway for months. On Friday, the European Union announced an 18th package of sanctions against the Russians. So European militarism is rising up. And this whole, and as I said, this whole tension between the Russians and the Europeans goes all the way back to what NATO did at the end of the Cold War, and that was lie to the Russians that America would prevent a revival of German power. And that lie convinced the Russians to leave East Germany, and that enabled NATO expansion. And that NATO expansionism provoked the Russians to invade Ukraine. And so the Russians said, okay, America, you're going to prevent Germany from reviving itself? That's fine, we'll leave Germany. You guys will handle Germany. But what is America doing? America is enabling the revival of German power. The exact opposite of what they said they were going to do at the end of the Cold War. Now, you could say, well, America is not going to allow Germany to grow that big. But the thing is, if you want Germany to get strong enough to actually face Russia, you're going to have to deal with a Germany that's tough enough to rival the US as a power. Because Germany is saying, we're going to become the biggest military in Europe. If Germany becomes the biggest military in Europe, that means you will have a Germany powerful enough to rival the United States. So America is unleashing the Germans on the Russians. America is enabling the revival of German power, which is exactly what the Russians were worried about. And the Americans told the Russians, we're not going to allow the Germans to revive. And that is what convinced the Russians to leave East Germany in the first place. And by the Russians leaving East Germany, it enabled NATO Eastern expansionism. So this whole thing, really at its root, goes back to Russia's fear of a revived German power. And that goes back to World War II. This is why you cannot forget history. This is why we cannot forget history. Because in history, you find why things are happening in the present. Why the things that are happening in the present are happening. You find the reasons. Why is this happening in Ukraine? Why are the Europeans doing this? It all goes back to World War II. And World War II goes back to World War I. And World War I goes back to this German thirst to be the most powerful nation in Europe. The Triangle Alliance, as Britain, France, and Germany are sometimes now called, are already partners through NATO and the Group of Seven, forums that include the United States. Let's see here. Officials in Berlin, London, and Paris are eager for a smaller, more nimble group to respond to what Mr. Merz on Thursday said was a shift in the relationship between Europe and the United States. Ooh, so the Germans are saying there's a shift. What's the shift? The shift is Germany is becoming more powerful. That's the shift. Analysts say those efforts are creating a kind of break glass in case of emergency system of planning, discussion, and action. Independent, key word here. Independent of the United States and ready to react to an increasingly aggressive Russia. So they want to work independently of the United States. What did James Baker tell Gorbachev? Gorbachev, if you allow for if you don't allow NATO to control Germany and you just leave Germany, Germany is going to become independent and thus it'll be a threat to Russia. The Americans in the 1990s understood that an independent Germany would be a threat to the Russians, and they used that fear that the Russians had to convince the Russians to leave East Germany. And now what are the Americans doing? They are formulating, they are enabling the creation of exactly what the Russians have been terrified of since forever. It's for a very long time. They use they're reviving exactly they're reviving exactly what the Russians were afraid of. And that was the revival of a German power. And it was that very fear that the Russians had for a revived German power that the Americans used to get the Russians to leave East Germany. Anyway. A failsafe may never be used, but if Mr. Trump continues to back away from American commitments on the continent, having that option might become necessary. During a news conference on Thursday, Mr. Starmer announced the Kensington Treaty with Germany, calling it the first bilateral pact between the two nations, while Mr. Merz hinted at the motivation for the agreement. The European security architecture and the transatlantic ties are undergoing a far-reaching transformation like we've not seen for a very long time, the German chancellor said. And it is under these new conditions that is our aim to secure the freedom, the security, and the prosperity of the people of both our countries. Freedom for what? Secure the freedom. Freedom from what? Well, you'll say freedom from Russia. Okay, fine. But I think this is also freedom from American control. After finishing first in Germany's parliamentary election in February, Mr. Merz has spent his first months in office prioritizing foreign policy, hoping to reassert German leadership on the global stage. Hold up. Hold the phone. Reassert. That word reassert. That implies that you're trying to revive something. Reassert German leadership. Reassert since when? What are you trying to reinsert here? You want to go back to something. Reassert means you want to return back to a previous condition or a previous state. What do you want to go back to? Reassert German leadership. That implies that there was some kind of German leadership in the past that you want to repeat. What's that German leadership that you want to reassert? Cue in Erica. That's what I'm talking about. Guys, this is come on, man. This is Germany reviving its power. This is the Third Reich coming back. This is the Fourth Reich. This is it. We're seeing it in real time. We're seeing it coming back. It's crazy. This is the craziest time to be alive. If we were alive in the 1970s, I would be talking about why we got to worry about the Jehovah's Witnesses knocking on our doors. But listen, it's 2025. It's going to be 2026 pretty soon. Here we are on a Friday night, and all we got to do, all that we have to do is listen to a live stream of some stranger talk. It's an amazing time to be alive. We don't even have to go out anymore. We just plug into the Matrix and listen to some stranger talking. There is no crazier time to be alive than right now. No crazier time to be alive. It is insane. We got nothing better to do than to listen to some stranger talk for 7 hours about the revival of the German Reich. I mean, it's surreal. Here we are. Well, don't you want to go out and touch grass? I touch plenty of grass because I'm a gardener, but for the rest of my time, I want to be plugged into the Matrix. I love the Matrix. I'm like Cypher in the Matrix, you know, when he eats the steak. Ignorance is bliss. Let's check this out here. Hold on. Speaking of Turkey, are you ever going to give us your own Turkish oil wrestling video? What? That's weird. Hold up. Trying to get your guys' comments here. Let's see here. And the thing about Germany is, unlike other European nations that have immigrants, I already read this. I've noticed that France is well aware of its status. I already read this. EU today, but I already read this. As, you assume that any economic bloc can withstand the pressures of World War III. Germany being at war would create huge internal turmoil. People wouldn't fall in line like the 30s. I disagree. Of course, you're going to have people who will resist militarism. Here is the thing to keep in mind. There was a massive anti-war movement in Germany before the outbreak of World War One. Gregorius Balakian in his autobiography talks about this. He actually witnessed it himself when he was living in Berlin. It's quite amazing. And he talks about how there were these huge crowds you would see in Berlin, all protesting against war. And there were a lot of people who were anti-war in Germany before World War One, and there were still people who were anti-war after World War One, and it didn't really make a difference. There were tons of people who were protesting right-wing fanaticism in Germany before the outbreak of World War Two. The thing is that there are certain populations that are very, how do I say this? They're very agreeable, and when their governments tell them to do something, they will tend to do it. Now, here is an example, okay? Here's an example. So if you look at Israel, the great majority of Israelis agree with the war in Gaza. They agree with the war in Gaza. They do. Even though it's been kind of a disaster for Israel, they agree with the war. They agree with exterminating the Palestinians or ethnically cleansing them out. Now, they all know about the history of the Holocaust and where that led Germany to, but they don't give a damn. They don't give a shit. They're seeing the rise of Turkey. They literally are being told by the Najal Committee, which is a part of the Israeli government, that Israel needs to prepare for a serious Turkish power right next door. The Israelis don't give a shit. People will follow information, but they tend not to follow wisdom. Will there be plenty of people in Germany against a war? Yes. But will there be plenty of people in favor of war who will join the armed forces? Yes. There was plenty of nationalism in Germany before World War II, and that nationalism was used to the advantage of the Nazis. And I think that the Germans are going to work on a propaganda scheme to revitalize nationalism in that country. And I think it's going to happen. Plus, a lot of Germans actually agree. You see, a lot of Germans actually agree with bringing back obligatory conscription in Germany. Now, the thing also you have to keep in mind is that Russia is right next door to Germany. It's right nearby. And so for the Germans, Russia seems more like a existential threat than it does to the United States, because America is very far away. I know Alaska's up there, but who cares about Alaska? I know it has oil. I got it. But Germany, the whole of Germany is right near Russia. It's not far away at all. So Russian expansion, Russian activity in Ukraine is going to mean a whole lot more to a German than it is to an American. So you have to keep that in mind. There's that proximity that Germany has to this conflict that brings about a greater psychological effect, and that brings about greater psychological weight. So their perception is going to be different. Let's see here. Germany's army is so weak at the moment. So the three words that I want to focus on here is at the moment. At the moment. At the moment, you're right. We're talking about the future. You see, everything that I'm saying in this stream, and pretty much everything that I've talked about as far as prognostication goes, is looking into the future. I'm not talking about everything at the moment, all right? I'm not speaking entirely about at the moment. I'm talking about things that are being said at the moment. I'm talking about things that are happening and transpiring at the moment. But I am talking about things at the moment solely in light of what's going to happen in the future. So, listen, 10 years is a long time. What's going to happen in 10 years? It's going to be a very different world. That's if World War III doesn't begin before 10 years transpires. 13 years from now, 15, 20 years from now. That's the thing. There was a guy, I forgot his name, but he was a German Jewish poet, if I'm not mistaken. What was his name? He was a German Jewish guy who actually predicted Nazism in the 1800s. Oh, what was his name? Let me try to find him real quick. Hold up. German Jewish man who predicted Nazism. Yep, Heinrich Heine. So this is what Heinrich Heine said about Germany in the 1800s. Hold on. Wait. I want to find this prophecy for you guys. Here we go. So Heinrich Heine made a prediction about Germany in the 1800s. In the 1800s. This is crazy, guys. Let's check this out. This dude, Heinrich Heine, made a prediction about Germany that would end up coming true. He was born in 1797, in the late 18th century, and he died in 1856. And this is what he said. In 1835, all right? In 1835, 98 years before Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party seized power in Germany, Heine wrote in his essay, The History of Religion and Philosophy in Germany. This is what he said. Christianity, and that is its greatest merit, has somewhat mitigated that brutal Germanic love of war, but it could not destroy it. Should that subduing talisman, the cross, be shattered, the frenzied madness of the ancient warriors, that insane berserk rage of which Nordic bards have spoken and sung so often, will once more burst into flame. The talisman is fragile, and the day will come when it will collapse miserably. Then the ancient stony gods will rise from the forgotten debris and rub the dust of 1,000 years from their eyes. And finally Thor, with his giant hammer, will jump up and smash the Gothic cathedrals. Do not smile at my advice, the advice of a dreamer who warns you against Kantians, Fichteans, and philosophers of nature. Do not smile at the visionary who anticipates the same revolution in the realm of the visible as has taken place in the spiritual. Thought precedes action as lightning precedes thunder. German thunder is of true Germanic character. It is not very nimble, but rumbles along ponderously. Yet it will come, and when you hear a crashing such as never before has been heard in the world's history, then you know that the German thunderbolt has fallen at last. At the uproar, the eagles of the air will drop dead, and lions in the remotest deserts of Africa will hide in their royal dens. A play will be performed in Germany that which will make the French Revolution look like an innocent idol. So he said, when Christianity declines in Germany, paganism will be revived, and the German war machine will be revived. The German warpath will be treaded upon yet again by the Germans. And he said that the Germans will do something that the world has never seen before. And what happened in World War II with the Third Reich had never been seen before. It was never seen before. And it was so unique. What the Germans did in World War II was so unique and so distinguished in history that we're still talking about it. And so Heinrich Heine was correct. But his prediction about the rise of Germany, creating a warpath, starting a massive war, and doing something extremely destructive, was made 98 years before the rise of the Third Reich. So Heinrich Heine makes his prediction, and 10 years goes by, a decade goes by, and you would say, oh, Heinrich, looks like your prediction was bullshit. It's been 10 years. 20 years would go by, 30 years would go by, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, 90 years, and then you would see it happening. And then you would say, wait a second, that Heinrich Heine guy, man, he had a point. So everything that I am saying is simply looking at what is happening currently and then making prognostications or making predictions based on history and based on what is happening now. So I look at what's happening now in light of history, and I look at history in light of what's happening now. And by looking at history in light of what's happening now, I can read the history and I can say, oh, we're seeing this happening. Oh, this situation that happened in history is similar to what we're seeing happening today, which means that we can make a pretty fair judgment about what's going to happen in the future. And that's how I look at things. So what I'm talking about is for the future. What I'm talking about could happen 20 years from now, could happen 10 years from now, could happen 30 years from now. Who knows? But what I do know is that it's going to happen. Speaking of Turkey, are you ever... Okay, this was a weird comment. I don't know if I should... I don't know what this... Ugh. That's... I'm going to let this one slide, but if I see anything weird again, I'm just going to have to get rid of this person. Alexandrina Griot, the same could be said for Weimar Germany. Exactly. Very good point, Mr. Anime Profile. Yeah, before World War II, Germany had the Weimar Republic. It was under the Weimar Republic, and it was freaking weak, guys. It was a weak-ass little republic. It had no military. And somebody could have said, hey, look, listen, Heinrich Heine's prophecy is going to come true. And you would say, ha, have you seen the Weimar Republic? It's nothing. It doesn't even have a military. And this is the problem with people. The problem with people is that they look at everything through a very shallow lens. They look at everything based on what is happening right now. We're not solely discussing what's happening right now. We're talking about what's happening right now, but with a vision of what's going to happen in the future. It says here, even Polish army is much stronger than German military units. Yes, that's correct. That is correct. Yes, Poland right now is more powerful than Germany. But I'm not talking about right now. That's why MERS is going to rebuild Germany military. Yep, that's correct. Believe in World War III. I believe in World War III alliances will shift and change since current allies have different interests. Russia and China, so as one side wins, it will turn on itself and new alliances will come in. Yeah, I agree. MERS is lobbying hard for the industrial military complex. Yep. Poland is kind of overrated in military power. Sure, their GROM special forces are awesome, but let's be realistic. Wars can't be won by special ops alone. I've never really seriously looked into the Polish military. I do know they have a pretty big air force, or a substantial air force. I do know they have a pretty substantial army. They got a lot of tanks. I do know that they are the biggest spenders in defense in Europe, but beyond that, I don't really have much knowledge on the Polish military. I thought he was going to say Friedrich Nietzsche. Well, Friedrich Nietzsche also made a prophecy about this. I believe he said that he spoke of the blonde beast of Germany, and he said that the blonde beast acts civilized in Germany, but put him in a different country and he shows his true colors. He shows his savagery and his incivility and his inhumanity. America has its fear, China has its fear, Russia does too. That's right. And so the Russians are just telling the Americans, we have our sphere. Respect it. Ukraine is a part of our sphere. I think that the mustache man was inspired by a picture of Wotan charging in Franz von Struck the Wild Chase. Really? I didn't know that. I gotta look into that. If Germany reopens their nuclear power plants, Germany doesn't need coal. That's also true as well. You're absolutely right. That's a good point. That's a very good point, actually. Let's go back to this article here. Where'd it go? My the New York Times article I was reading. I gotta find this article again. Hold on. Where did it go? My cat is hungry and is demanding tuna. Okay, here it is. Never mind. Did you see my post on East German exiles? I must have missed it. Where is it? Let me see. I don't see it anywhere. Maybe YouTube blocked it because I'm not seeing it anywhere. I'm not seeing it. Go feed your cat. Give me 1 second. My cat is hungry. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. Sorry about that. Theo's cat is going to be fed dramatic guitar music in the background. Absolutely. Absolutely. Is your cat a good mouse hunter? She was a very good mouse hunter, but now she's retired. So she just stays in my room all day and sleeps. But for many years, for over 10 years, she was an excellent mouse hunter. Germany is also leading the way in making a fusion reactor, which I'm sure will somehow be used for war. Probably, yeah, definitely. Let's see here. There were German colonies in Eastern Europe for hundreds of years. What I'm saying is that this may give some insight to Germany's political posture now. Oh, I see what you mean. So let's go back to this article here. Make this a little bit larger. So it says here that for Germany, which fought Britain, France, and the United States in World War II and spent most of the ensuing decades content to maintain a relatively small military, the decision to rearm is striking. It has helped push other European leaders, including Mr. Macron, to also promise higher defense spending. So Germany's pursuit for military strength and independence has motivated other European countries to do the same. And this is what has led Macron to also work to increase France's military capabilities and to increase the defense budget for France. So they're really following Germany's lead here, which really, it makes you ask the question, who's really leading this whole enterprise of pan-European militarism? It's really the Germans. They want to say it's the British because, the British always run everything. Sure, the British are very significant, but really, let's be honest here. Let's be very clear here. Germany's geopolitical position in Europe, Germany's massive economy, makes it the leading country in this enterprise of reviving European militarism. So it says here that Mr. Merz, Mr. Starmer, and Mr. Macron have each sought to build close relationships with Mr. Trump. In part by trumpeting, I wonder if there's a pun intended there. In part by trumpeting their efforts to make Europe more responsible for its own defense, a longtime goal of the American president. Still, Mr. Merz has expressed concerns over what he and officials across Europe see as American threats to pull back troop and weapons from the continent. Those threats, including from Mr. Trump's defense secretary, have rattled the security calculation that has underpinned Europe since the end of World War II. The promise that America would lead the way in defending its European allies against attack. So and I've talked about this many times, so the Germans are saying, we really can't trust the Americans. And this is the same old tired rhetoric that we've been hearing from Europe and from this YouTube channel for the longest time. But the perception is there, is my whole point. There is a perception that is happening here. There is a perception that is really acting as a green light for the Europeans to pursue militarism. And it's really, really effective for German propaganda, because the Germans are saying the Russians are there in Ukraine, they're taking territory every day, oh my god, they're a threat to Europe, Germany has to lead the way, Deutschland has to lead the way. And so that perception is there. Whether or not that perception is true is irrelevant. What's relevant is the perception. And the perception is leading the Germans, is giving the green light to the Germans, or giving the Germans a sense of justification to revive its military strength. And so, going back to the Cold War, what did the Americans tell Gorbachev? The Americans told Gorbachev, we will make sure that Germany doesn't revive its strength. And Gorbachev said, okay. And Russia left East Germany. Germany became a member of NATO. And the Russians allowed for this to happen because they were convinced that NATO would have prevented a revived German military. And what do you see NATO doing right now? They're reviving the German military. The Americans are going back on everything they've promised to the Russians. They promised the Russians that they wouldn't expand eastward. They've been doing this for many years. And this is what has led to the war in Ukraine. That lie is what has led us to this war in Ukraine. 1 million people dead. And the Americans want to sit here and act like they're innocent, like NATO did nothing to provoke this, when the reality is that NATO provoked this. And then you go back to the other lie, the lie that America was going to make sure that Germany would never become independent. And what do you see the Americans doing? Exactly the opposite of what they promised to Gorbachev. And so the Russians left Germany, thinking the Americans would prevent the Germans from becoming powerful. And that mistake of Russia leaving East Germany and enabling German reunification led us to this entire mess that we're in right now. The Ukraine war and Germany reviving right now. So it says here that privately, German officials say spending more on the military and working more closely with European partners is the right strategy for the current moment, no matter what Mr. Trump and his administration might do next. So it really doesn't matter. So if Trump says, hey, listen, Germany, don't pursue military independence, we're going to help you, it doesn't matter. It says here that German officials say spending more on the military and working more closely with European powers, with European partners, is the right strategy, no matter what Trump does. So if Trump says, no, we're going to be more pro-European, no, we're going to get more involved in Europe's security, it doesn't matter. The Germans are going to pursue militarism. In other words, the cat is out of the bag, the train has been set, and the trajectory has been commenced. The trajectory for Germany is what? Militarism. Bottom line, militarism. Let's see here. What else do we have? Hold on. Now, there was a really interesting article about German militarism that was published today on RT, which is Russia Today, which is a Russian publication. And it says here, this is really interesting. It says here, just put my ass right here. It's time, Ukraine. Kiev braces for a final reckoning. All right, so what's going to happen with Ukraine, with Europe, in this article that tries to get into this complicated topic? I'll read your guys' comments real quick. Hold on. Let's see here. Oh, I'm so clever. There were German colonies. Okay, great. Oh, I'm so clever. What are you talking about? Theo's cat is going to be fed. Dramatic guitar music. Oh, I see. German colonies in Eastern Europe, in Africa, and in the Americas also. My belief is that they want Prussia and Sudetenland, etc. back because they remember what they lost. Kaliningrad is a big thing. Going back, what would mean? That would mean the Americans mean it to begin with. I don't think anyone has entertained the thought that American politics is ever been serious. Well, the Americans did give a promise, and they gave the Russians that same promise many, many times, and that actually assured the Russians, and the Russians were convinced of that, from what I understand. That's why they left East Germany, and also, perhaps initially, the Americans did not want a revived German power, but they're doing it right now. That's the whole thing. So, I'm going to read to you guys some excerpts from this article here. So it says here, it's time, Ukraine. Kiev braces for a final reckoning. And so it says here, while Macron and Starmer formed coalitions... Oh, damn. This is way off. Sorry. While Macron and Starmer formed coalitions of the willing and delivered lofty speeches, Germany quietly picked up the tab. Berlin, under its new chancellor, has shown more flexibility, but the broader Western European strategy remains unchanged. Keep Washington bankrolling Ukraine at all costs. That plan is now crumbling. So the plan was America will pay for Ukraine's defense, but now the Americans are saying no. Okay, let's go back to Trump's little loophole here. This is really interesting. So Trump says no Patriot missiles for the Ukrainians, right? So then Lindsey Graham or whatever gets all pissed off and says, oh my God, we have to help Ukraine. What are you doing? So Trump, in trying to abate all the sides, right? Trying to abate the Tucker Carlson side, which is huge, and also trying to abate the Lindsey Graham side, which is smaller than the Tuckerite faction, but nonetheless is still substantial, comes up with a loophole. Trump comes up with a loophole, and he says, okay, Europeans are going to buy the American weapons, and they're just going to donate those weapons to the Ukrainians. What message is that sending to the Europeans? Think about this. The message that is being sent is the Europeans are paying for Ukraine's defense. That is the message that is being conveyed. The message that is being conveyed is Ukraine's still going to get American weapons, but the Europeans are going to pick up the tab. The Europeans are actually going to pay for Ukraine's defense. So the Europeans are saying, wait a second. Fine, we'll buy the American weapons, but there's going to have to come a time where our weapons are going to have to be created. We're going to have to make our own damn weapons, and we're going to give the Ukrainians our weapons, because we're not doing this just to help America profit. We're not doing this to help the Americans get money. We also have to establish a German military-industrial complex. We also have to establish Germany as a serious world power. And we're not going to be doing that as long as we're just doing things at the behest of the Americans, as long as we're not just sitting here forking out the money that the Americans want us to fork out. We have to do things for Deutschland. And we have to do things for Germany and for Europe, not at the behest of the Americans, but at the behest of European identity and destiny. This is what's going to happen. So by Trump telling the Europeans, you guys pay for it, and you guys give it to the Ukrainians, the message that the Americans are sending is, you guys pay for Ukraine, you guys deal with Ukraine, and you guys make us fatter. Well, that leaves a bitter taste in people's mouths. Understandably so. So let's go back to this article. That plan is now crumbling. What plan? What plan is crumbling? The plan of America being the giver of weapons to Ukraine. The plan is crumbling. That's why Trump is telling the Europeans to buy the American stuff. Trump is slipping away, and without a dramatic turn of events, no new major aid packages should be expected from the United States. This is what this article is saying. Could be wrong, but this is what the article is saying, okay? This is not hard to understand. Okay, this is not hard to understand. Other global crises are emerging, and the depleted American arsenal cannot serve everyone at once. In both Ukraine and across Western Europe, people are adjusting to what once seemed unthinkable: a slow but steady U.S. withdrawal. The American empire is crumbling. That's what's happening. The Americans are saying, we're exhausted by Ukraine. We're exhausted with the Middle East. Europe, you pay for it. We're tired of this. Europeans, you guys pay for it. We are seeing the gradual decline of the American empire. It's just the bottom line. That's what's happening. These European leaders must now decide whether to carry the burden alone or accept a settlement on Moscow's terms, conceding Ukraine from their sphere of influence. Very interesting observation. So these European leaders are now in a position. Do we continue to embrace the burden that is Ukraine, or do we just surrender to the Russians and say, okay, Russia, you take it. We're done. Take what you want. That's the choice. And my prediction is that the Europeans will decide to continue prolonging the war. Germany will continue to enlarge its military. Germany will continue to increase its military capacity. And eventually Germany is going to at least try to pursue nuclear armament. And there's going to be a big, fat German enemy for Russia to deal with in the middle of Europe. And all this goes back to the Cold War. It's very fascinating how history intertwines so deeply, enmeshes itself so deeply in the present day. So this article says, it's a difficult situation for military analysts. They are forced to generate drama from attritional warfare. One day, headlines declare the Lugansk People's Republic fully liberated. A few villages remain contested. The next, we hear of Russian forces entering the Dnepropetrovsk region, true in a narrow sense. They crossed a small corner in a broader encirclement maneuver around Pokrovsk. None of this, however, alters the core dynamic. Both sides are largely following the same strategies as a year ago. For Russia, the aim remains clear: exhaust Ukrainian forces until they can no longer defend. The goal isn't to seize a specific line, but to break the enemy's army. You see, but Ukraine is declining. That's the thing. And this article goes on to talk about the decline. I mean, the tremendous decline of Ukraine. Check the live chat. My post is there. What post? My belief is that the want Prussia. I already read this. I think the depletion. Okay, for some reason I had to update it. I had to move it to live chat to get your comment. I think the depletion of the Ukrainian population is intentional. The native are out. The Russians are defeated, and the West gets to repopulate the breadbasket. That's a really good observation. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yep. German expansionism, German settlement expansionism. That's exactly what the General Plan Ost was about. So if you go back to the Third Reich, the Nazis came up with this doctrine called General Plan Ost, which means basically the general plan for the East. By East, it was referring to Eastern Europe, and the plan was to basically do a massive depopulation of Eastern Europeans, basically killing a lot of people, enslaving the survivors, and then repopulating much of Eastern Europe with Germans, so that those lands, those Eastern European lands, and also Poland especially, would just become a part of Germany. And the idea was Lebensraum. The idea was settlement expansionism, kind of like what Israel has been doing to the West Bank, and what Israel wants to do to Gaza. And it was all about just exterminating the Slavic people and enslaving the survivors, and then repopulating Eastern Europe with Germans. It's a very demonic enterprise, the Third Reich, and that really goes without saying. Back to isolationism. I mean, kind of, sort of. I think Americans really want to go back to that. I don't think America is going to become 100% isolationist. I might have said that in the past, and if I did, I was wrong. I think I did say that, so yeah, I think I was wrong. I could have been right, I don't know, but I think I was wrong. But I think America is going to sort of recluse itself a little bit more, and it's just going to work to unleash the German beast. Where's our resident Russian this weekend? He was here earlier, and then he was gone. Maybe he fell asleep. Who knows? It's kind of late over there in Russia. I feel bad for Ukrainians. I used to know a Ukrainian back when I was living in Orleans who used to get drunk each night and play guitar. Wow, that sounds like a lot of fun. Sounds like a great guy. Just for clarity, I also feel sorry for the Ukrainians, even though I kind of understand. I do understand why the Russians did what they did, and I understand that the Russians were provoked. The Russian is here. Sorry, he just put a comment. I'm still here, just listening. Okay, never mind. Our resident Russian is still here. But nonetheless, regardless of the fact that Russia was provoked, I mean, I still pity the Ukrainian civilians. You know, we are in the end times. I think so. Neo-Nazi channels are buzzing with excitement about NATO inevitable involvement in Ukraine if Kiev falls. And what are these neo-Nazis saying? How do you find neo-Nazi channels? Do you find them on Telegram? Where do you find them, and how do you find them? It was in reference to the writer in the article saying trumpeting and probably thinking they were, oh yeah, of course, yeah. I think they thought that it was a nice little play on words. Honestly, I don't think Poland will attack Russia because they know the German threat is right next to home, and the Germans lament to this day the loss of Prussia. Yeah, I don't know. Poland could be pushed to attack Russia, thus provoking the Russians to invade NATO. I could totally see that happening. I personally, let me just hedge my bets a little bit here. I could be wrong, but I don't see Russia just one day attacking NATO. I don't see that, because given the fact that Russia has had difficulty enough fighting the Ukrainians, I just don't see why Russia would initiate a war against a NATO country. It would just be devastating for the Russians. If I had to guess how the EU-Russia war is going to commence, I would say that a particular country that borders with Russia, more than likely, if I had to guess, it's going to be a Baltic country, is going to do something that is going to provoke the Russians, and a war will commence. That is my belief. I could be wrong, but that's my hunch. Always sad that's optimistic. I think the suffering will continue. Let's see here. The Third World War has begun. Kind of, sort of. We're in the gradual transitional stage towards that denouement, is what I would say. A world war is a world war. I mean, I've heard this before, that the World War III began in Iraq. I would say that the presaging or the foreshadowing of World War III began with 9/11. And you could even go farther back than that. You could say that the foreshadowing of World War III began in the Balkans with Yugoslavia, the fall of Yugoslavia. But I wouldn't say that we're in World War III. We're not in World War III. World War III is... We're in the background of World War III. So you know how you read about a war on Wikipedia? Wikipedia always gives you the background, right? There's always the background section. We're in the background of World War III. World War III is World War III. A world war is a world war. A world war is all these major countries on board, fighting, killing each other in the trenches, tanks, bayonets, bombs, drones, slaughtering one another. Right now, we're not in a world war. We're in the background of a world war. We're in a foreshadowing event for World War III. U.S. military is spread too thin across the world and has been using expensive military equipped weapons that aren't as good as it looks, not as effective against true pure like Russia. I agree, actually, with what you just said there, Goods. Sorry, I accidentally pinned your comment there. I agree with what you said, what you say here, because if you look at how the Russians use the Oroshnik, so the Americans were allowing the Ukrainians to use American long-range missiles to hit Russia. And the British did the same exact thing. The British let the Ukrainians to use their British-made long-range missiles to hit Russia. And what happened? The Russians said, okay, you want to play that game? We're going to hit Ukraine with the Oroshnik. And they hit Ukraine with the Oroshnik. And if you ever see videos of the Oroshnik, it literally looks like freaking Zeus was hitting lightning bolts on Earth. It looks terrifying. And it scared the shit out of the Americans. And it scared the shit out of the British, to the point where they said, well, sorry about that, mate. We're not going to be allowing the Ukrainians to be using the long-range missiles anymore. So Russia has stuff that shocks the Americans and has shocked the Americans. Just like Iran has stuff that has shocked the world. Iran's ability, I mean, even though Iran is a much poorer country than Israel, Iran was heavily underestimated by the West, by the Israelis, because if you look at how the Iranians struck Israel with such ferocity, using ballistic missiles, very, very fast ballistic missiles, and they were able to wreak a lot of havoc and destruction on the Israelis, that shocked the Israelis. I don't think the Israelis were expecting that. And so the Iranians, the Chinese, and the Russians, I mean, they have stuff that, to a certain extent, has already scared the shit out of us, and is going to continue to scare the shit out of us. Shit will be scared. People will be shat. Shat is going to happen. All right? As the old meme goes. People will be shat. All right? Yeah, and the Chinese are I mean, they got these two big ass naval ships, these aircraft carriers, the Shandong and the Leonig or whatever it's called, and the Chinese, they moved these two ships. They guided these two ships to go across the second island chain next to Japan. So there's two island chains that America controls, and they're parallel with Japan. There's the first island chain, which goes something like Okinawa, Taiwan, and then it goes down into the top part of the Philippines, because the Philippines is just a bunch of islands for the most part. And then there's the second island chain, and the second island chain is something like, what is it? The second island chain is basically Guam. I mean, the second island chain consists of Guam. We'll just put it that way. So there's the first island chain, which is Okinawa, Taiwan, and then there's a second island chain, which consists of Guam. Well, the Chinese got these two big-ass aircraft carriers, and they passed the first island chain. And then they passed the second island chain. And that was a big FU to the Americans. That was a way for the Chinese to show their muscle, to flex their muscle, and to give a big, fat middle finger to the Americans. And people think, okay, well, China, whatever. They got a big, fat economy. But I think the Chinese are going to shock the shit out of the world with the stuff they have. Let's see, what else we got here? NK just needs to wait for another generation, and there will be nobody to fight in South Korea. Yeah, exactly. Lowest birth rate on Earth. North Korean troops are getting battle experience in Ukraine, readying themselves for the Eastern Front, aka South Korea. Yeah. Iranians are the smartest people I've met. They're very intelligent people. They are just too humble for you to notice. That's exactly right. Yep. The Israelis are always talking about how smart they are, and the super high Ashkenazi IQ, and they're always talking about how brilliant they are and all this stuff. Reality is the Iranians are very innovative people, and they can be more innovative than the Israelis. Have you guys ever listened to Iranian music? It's pretty profound stuff. I don't believe China will attack Taiwan first. It must be the United States that will let Taiwan declare independence. Yeah, I think the Americans want to provoke the Chinese to attack Taiwan. That's what the Americans want. The Americans want China to attack Taiwan. That would give NATO further reason to exist, and that would mean more money for America's military industry. And that would mean, more war for profit at the end of the day. The prelude. That's correct. Yes, that's a good way to put it. We are in the prelude of World War III. Got to go to a village for a family gathering in 6 hours. All right, man. Have fun. He's going to the dacha, it looks like. You can find most of them channels on Telegram, Discord, Signal, and X. X is really easy, but Telegram, how do you find them on Telegram? You just go on the search engine and type in like neo-Nazi, or how do you find them? Terrible suffering is coming to us in America because of all the shit we're stirring up. Absolutely. Absolutely. The Third World War has begun. I already read that part. But the Aussies bragging about a navy is like France bragging about its military. Didn't you hear how China mocked the Aussies on their own turf, navy-wise? Yeah, I didn't know about that. Let's read more. All right, guys. Let's see here. It's a difficult situation for military analysts. They are forced to generate drama from attritional warfare. One day, headlines declare the Lugansk people... Okay, I've already read this, so the Ukrainians are getting their asses whooped. So the Russians want to break the enemy. And so it says right here, guys, right here, in just the first half of this year... Wait. Sorry, let's go back a little bit earlier than that. By spring, Kiev had fewer armored vehicles, fewer Western shipments, and fewer elite units. The best troops were spent on the failed Kursk push and are now stuck holding Sumy. So the Ukrainians wasted all this manpower and all this... they wasted all this weaponry in fighting this absolutely useless battle in Kursk. It was an absolute waste of life and just an absolutely destructive decision that the Ukrainians made. I think it's quite obvious that NATO had a role in that. And the Germans were very excited about the Ukrainians invading Ukraine. The Ukrainians invading Ukraine. The Ukrainians invading Russia. What's wrong with my brain? I'm becoming like Joe Biden. The Germans got very excited about the Ukrainians invading Kursk, which is a region in Russia. And you had the topmost general of the Bundeswehr, or the German army, Mr. Christian Freuding, with his crazy eyes, going, "This is the first time in less than 100 years when Russia has been invaded by foreigners." Really, what happened less than 100 years ago in Russia? Oh, that's right, World War II. So he was getting excited and ecstatic about the idea of Russia being invaded, because he has fantasies of reliving World War II. That's why he said this is the first time in less than 100 years that Russia has been invaded. Why did he say that? He was literally hearkening back to World War II. The guy gets excited about Russians being killed. So the Ukrainians invade Kursk at the behest of Germany, with the backing of Germany and the Americans, and they lose. And so they sent their best soldiers up to Kursk. That's what the Ukrainians did. They got their best soldiers, sent them up to Kursk. A lot of them didn't make it. And so now, what is holding the Ukrainian military? And the article talks about this. We'll get into this. The answer is drones. That is what's holding the Ukrainian military, is drones. So the Ukrainians don't have a lot of manpower, but they have a ton of drones at their disposal. So they just keep sending drones to Russians. That's what they keep doing. They just keep sending the drones to kill Russians. And by using the drones instead of using a lot of manpower, the Ukrainians are able to prolong the war. So it says here that by spring, Kiev had fewer armored vehicles, fewer Western shipments, and fewer elite units. The best troops were spent in the failed Kursk push and are now stuck holding Sumy. But the gravest issue is manpower. The supply of volunteers has dried up. Ukraine's army now relies on forced conscription, the so-called Busovid. And they're picking people off the streets and just tossing them into buses and say, you got to fight. We don't give a shit. In just the first half of this year, Ukraine recorded over 107,000 criminal cases for desertion, 20% more than in all of 2024. So there's been massive desertions being done by Ukrainian soldiers, and nearly half of the total since the war began. That's only the official count. The real number is undoubtedly higher. So over 107,000 recorded cases of criminal desertion in the Ukrainian military. How in the hell is this war still going on? The answer is drones. That's the answer. Desertion is now the Ukrainian army's leading cause of losses. So the leading cause of losses is not the Russian military. It's Ukrainians just fleeing their military positions. Draft officers are hated, and civilians fear being dragged into vans and thrown into the front. Power outages have lessened, and life behind the lines is almost normal. But the threat of forced mobilization looms. In a telling detail, real soldiers now mark their cars with "not TCR" to avoid attacks from angry civilians. So recruiters are being attacked. Why? Because they don't want to fight in this war, because they realize it's bullshit. They realize it's a losing war. They realize other countries are not going to send their troops on the ground to fight and die for them, at least not right now. And so the Ukrainians are saying it's a losing war. Just end it already. It's done. Ukis didn't send their best to Kursk. They were just wasting reserves. I heard they sent some of their best troops. That's what this article says. Maybe it's bullshit. I don't know. So how does Ukraine still hold the line? The answer is drones. As we have reported before, the drone war is reshaping military doctrine. Both sides now operate in a battlefield dominated by constant aerial surveillance. Mavic or Matrice drones scouting every move, FPV drones striking within minutes. While Russia refines its assault tactics, Ukraine has focused on entrenching its drone defenses. Its latest move is the introduction of kill zones, defensive belts 10 to 15 kilometers deep, controlled primarily by UAVs, not artillery. The idea is to neutralize Russia's air and artillery superiority, turning Ukrainian defenses into no-go zones. This strategy requires fewer troops. All Ukraine needs is a small, motivated core and a huge stock of drones. And in this area, they've seen success. Defense Express reports Ukraine's domestic drone output has increased tenfold over the past year and may hit 2.4 million units in 2025. So the Ukrainians are making millions of drones. And so what this article is saying is all Ukraine needs to prolong this war, to continue this war, is a small, dedicated core of fighters and a ton of drones. And they can just hit the Russians with their drones. Just constantly, just throw drones at them, throw drones at them, throw drones at them. And that's what the Ukrainians are doing. NATO likes this because it proves to be a big-ass blender for human beings. Because Russians are being killed in Ukraine. A lot of Russians, sadly, have not made it back home. A lot of Russians have been killed. Maybe hundreds of thousands of Russians have been killed in this conflict. And this is really bad for Russia, especially given the fact that Russia has a very, very low birth rate as it is. So Russia has a big problem in the fact that it's not producing enough people. And then you have tons of people being killed in this war. So it's bad for Russia. It's going to wound Russia deeply. And this is exactly what NATO wants. NATO wants for the weakening of Russia. And this is what's happening. This is why NATO wants to prolong the war. Reality is they are producing way less than they say. Corruption is still a thing there. I see. Well, listen, I'm reading your country's media, okay? I'm reading your country's media here. I feel that Russia might pursue underground combat to circumvent the drone threat. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not a military expert. Let's go back to... Let's go back to some more articles here. Let's go back to some more articles here. Here's another article from our good friends in Russia. Let's see here. Yes, Ukraine did send their best to Kursk. Don't worry, Ted. I already got out from those channels. Hurts my brain. Can't blame you. Russia is probably creating an anti-drone system to seal the deal. Probably, yeah. Yuki's did it. Okay, I already read that. Germany's Nazi fascist ideology, which has never disappeared, will eventually end Germany itself. I agree with you completely. Yeah, I completely agree with you, Mr. Kinda High, Always Sad. Nazism never went away. I talked about this last week. Never went away. It's still there. And this underlying Nazism is really manifesting itself in the German Bundestag, in the parliament. The fact that the second biggest party is an ultranationalist party. I mean, right there. We're seeing the manifestation of German Nazism coming back. Got it from searching through Google, searching for right-wing forums that has links. Oh, okay. So that makes sense. I'll try that out. If you are looking for neo-Nazi stuff, just turn on MSM and they will tell you Azov and Israel are good people. That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. All of a sudden, the Nazis are the good guys. Yep. Isn't it amazing the Nazis were the bad guys, and then Russia invades Ukraine, and all of a sudden the Nazis were the good guys. They're the good guys. Oh, look, I got a fortune cookie from Panda Express. You see that, guys? Panda Express, Chinese food chain here in the United States. Let's see. What's my fortune? What's my fortune gonna be here? I don't know, man. It's so weird how sometimes you open up a fortune cookie and you get exactly what you were thinking. It's so insane. It says, can you guys see that? Is it focusing at all? Achieving peace of mind is a worthwhile goal. Achieving peace of mind is a worthwhile goal, and I've been focusing so much on this lately, guys. It's insane. I've been focusing so much on keeping my blood pressure low. I've been kind of obsessively monitoring my blood pressure. I have a blood pressure machine, and yesterday I monitored my blood pressure several times. And petting my cat really brings the blood pressure down. It's quite amazing. And then I was told that the best time to check your blood pressure is after you wake up. That's going to give you your best metric. That's going to tell you what your general blood pressure is, because your blood pressure fluctuates throughout the day. So if you want to get an idea of your general blood pressure, just check it after you wake up. So I woke up and I checked it, and my blood pressure was at 121/83, which is pretty good. So that's really good. That's really good. And then I checked it again, and it was 121/83. So that's really good. So I've been focusing on, keeping my blood pressure low, not allowing my blood pressure to increase too much. That's really important, I think, for just one's health. And believe it or not, do you know what really lowers your blood pressure down is hot pepper. If you eat a lot of hot peppers, spicy peppers, not bell pepper bullshit, but if you eat a lot of hot, spicy peppers, you actually will bring your blood pressure low. It's been scientifically shown that this is true, and I've actually experimented with this. The first time, not intentionally. The second time, yes. But one time, I ate about 7 habaneros, and my blood pressure went down so low. I checked my blood pressure, and it went down to like 117. It was insane. So it really does work. And then a few days ago, I ate about a good 6 or 7 habaneros, and I could literally feel my blood slowing down. It was insane. It feels so freaking good. It's kind of like alcohol, but not as strong, but it just feels so good. And I brought my blood pressure down. So I don't know. Something I've been focusing on a lot. So I crack open a fortune cookie, and what do you know? It says peace of mind is a good goal. The U.S. blew up Nord Stream. Germany retaliates by buying oil for twice the price. Yeah, but the fact that the Germans had the Nord Stream 2 is proof that the Germans actually do want to be independent, because they wanted just to buy Russian fuel independently. I think I don't know. I think I might smoke a little pipe here. I haven't smoked in a while. Kind of just feel like smoking a little bit. Bring the blood pressure down even more. Do I have a lighter? I do have a lighter. I think I'll take a little puff out of this. Why did you eat 7 habaneros? Because it goes really... I was having pizza, and habanero goes amazing with pizza. I cook at home. Yes, I cook home. I cook all the time. Pipes are awesome. They're great because it allows you to choose what you want to smoke. Isn't high blood pressure from salty foods? Yes, eating too much salt will do that. But I personally think you could eat whatever you want, as long as you do something with the nutrition that you're eating. So if I eat a lot of calories, but I know for a fact that later on in the day, I'm going to do a super hard ass intense workout, I really don't care. I'm going to eat a lot of food. I'm going to burn it all later, because exercise brings your blood pressure down, and then it also regulates your blood sugar, because you actually need sugar you need sugar to do all that exercise. So your body consumes sugar. So your blood sugar actually goes down. So you regulate your blood sugar by exercising. Exercising is by far the best way to regulate your blood sugar. I feel that Russia might pursue underground. Okay, I already read this. The fiber optics drones are the true terror of the battlefield. Yup, the fiber optics cables ruin the environment and it can't be hacked or jammed. It's the already happening, Darth. EW is the future to diminish this factor. The problem is there's still a lot of scammy and ineffective equipment to use. China #1. Yup, isn't high blood pressure. Okay, I already read this. The US blew up. Okay, I already read that. Also processed food. I mean, it's just it really like, I don't know. I think your high blood pressure, yes, it's caused by your diet, and it's also caused by stress. It's also really caused by lack of sleep. If you don't sleep enough, you're going to get high blood pressure, right? All these things play a role. Exercising is the best for lowering the, yeah, I completely agree. When you run for an hour, your blood pressure stays low for like a day. Yeah. When I do a really good hard exercise, keeps my blood flow down, keeps me calm. My blood sugar is really low. Not in a, what's the word? Not in a dangerous level, because you can have too low of a blood sugar, and you could have a blood sugar that's dangerously low. But it keeps my blood sugar regulated, is what I would say. Doesn't Theo cook at home a lot? I do. Yeah, I cook all the time. Peppers stimulate your blood vessels to open it to be bigger. I did not know that. Thank you for explaining that to me. I didn't know that. I didn't know that's how it does it. So that's how it works. It just expands your blood vessels, and that's why the blood pressure goes down. I've been thinking of trying a pipe. How do you like it? It's pretty good. Smoking a cigar, awesome. Damn, I miss smoking a pipe. I do it once in a while. I don't want to do it too much because I do like to exercise every week. So smoking can kind of inhibit your, not kind of. If you smoke enough, it'll inhibit your cardio. Do you think there could be a resurgence of the Marcionite heresy in the new? I have no idea. Mustache Man believed Jesus' father was not the God of the Old Testament. That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Homemade pizza or takeout? Homemade. 100% homemade. I made the pizza. It was a sourdough pizza that I had made. And I made it, and I ate it, and it was delicious, and I ate it with about 7 habaneros. Until you look more exquisite by smoking the pipe. Oh, thank you. Maybe I should stream with it more often, huh? Yes. Let's see. The best are cigars. A good Davidoff Nicaragua. I've tried Nicaraguan. Actually, no, I have not tried Nicaragua. I've tried Honduran cigars, and I've tried Dominican cigars that were really good, by the way. Swimming is great. Yeah, swimming is awesome. If you have a pool, definitely use it. I have never really had a pool, so except for the donut pool that we had back when I was in California, but that wasn't really much. But then how did you get the gout? Genetics. Bottom line, I actually had a gout attack. Last week. And the reason why I had a gout attack was because I actually lost a lot of weight overnight. I did a good hard workout, did a good shadow boxing, Boss Rutan boxing workout, and then I had a dinner of about 8 fried eggs and a little bit of rice with soy sauce. It was delicious. And after eating that, it satisfied my hunger, but I was still on a calorie deficit. My body was still demanding some more calories, but I said no to the body. Did a calorie deficit, went to sleep, woke up feeling tremendously lighter than I did the night before, lost a lot of weight overnight because I was on that high calorie deficit, and plus I did a lot of intense workouts. My body was really burning a lot of calories, really using a lot of energy to recover. And so lost a ton of weight, but I also woke up with a gout attack. And if you lose a lot of weight, there is a very good chance that you will get a gout attack. That's if you have gout or FMF. FMF is basically just another form of gout that Middle Eastern people get, and Jewish people. Jewish people are Middle Eastern to a certain extent. And the reason why you get a gout attack by losing a lot of weight is because your fat cells have acid in them, uric acid. And so when you burn a lot of fat, a lot of that uric acid will go back into the bloodstream. And then when it goes into the bloodstream, you can actually overwhelm your kidneys, and then you get a gout attack. So there's that. How's the weather? It's hot. 7 habaneros is masochistic. I mean, it's delicious. Isn't it too much red meat? Gout? I've heard of that before. I've never really had an issue eating meat. I've never had an issue eating bread, to be honest with you. All of my gout attacks have come about from just drinking beer or drinking a little bit of vodka or drinking a little bit too much wine, and also eating too much deep fried stuff and just losing weight. Now, usually when I lose weight, nothing happens, but sometimes, especially when I lose a lot of weight fairly quickly, sometimes I do get a gout attack. It's not the worst kind of gout attack. It's a pretty minor one, but it is a gout attack nonetheless. Divine Soldier in the house. Theo, did you think obsessing over politics and world news can be bad for your mental health? I think so. Yeah, 100%. I think it's definitely bad, especially when you see like videos of people being killed and stuff. It really messes with your brain. You look like an old school philosopher. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Which country do you think is going to reach nuclear immunity? What's nuclear immunity? I don't even know what that is, to be honest with you. Nuclear immunity is... What's nuclear immunity? I gotta look that up. Immune to anything regarding nuclear energy and atomic... Power to be immune to nuclear and atomic energies. Sub-power of nuclear manipulation and atomic manipulation. I have no idea, dude. A new name, a new face. These were not enough to hide from us. Darth Jades. I think this is a good quote for fascism. Yes, a new name and a new face, absolutely. And then also, if you ever play the game Wolfenstein: The Old Blood, which is a masterpiece of a game, there's a great line in the end when Mr. What's his name? The main character, I forgot his name, but anyway, he says, "A monster never changes. A monster never dies. It simply comes back," or something like that. It's just an amazing line. What was the line from Wolfenstein: The Old Blood? Hold on. What was the line? The last line about monsters. Blazkowicz. He concludes by contemplating the persistent nature of evil, feeling the burden of the world, but resolving to carry it one last time. Then I can rest. Dude, I love that game so much. It's such a freaking masterpiece. Wolfenstein: The Old Blood is such a good game. What was the line from the... The monster never dies no matter how many times you kill it. It just sheds its skin and changes form. Can feel the weight of the world pushing me down. Try to carry it nonetheless. One last time. Then I can rest. And then the game ends. Such a freaking masterpiece, guys. Such a wonderful game. Was odd reading about it, as I always thought he was some sort of an occultist, but it seems far more likely he was some sort of a Well, I mean, I think he hated Christianity. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt that Hitler hated Christianity. I'm gonna eat another fortune cookie. Let's see this fortune. Oh my god, dude. Why is this... My fortune says, you are always entertaining and delightful. Now, I'm always making videos, or I'm streaming, or I'm preparing for a video. So I am always entertaining people. I mean, damn, these fortune cookies. Hot damn. Boss Rutan has very good training. Yeah, I agree. How do you know what food you want to try? I find it daunting that there's so many different options, so I don't know what to start with. Are you talking about cooking? You don't know what to cook, or what? 8 eggs, is it safe? I mean, I'm fine. I ate 8 fried eggs. Pretty good. Sorry that you had a nightmarish 4th of July. Glad you're back, and it wasn't the end of your herbal drink. Yeah, it was hell. I think it was just eating on an empty, or drinking on an empty stomach. When you say deep fried food, are you talking about takeout foods? Yeah, actually, no, I've actually gotten gout attacks from stuff that I've made. It's just things that are breaded and deep fried, I noticed there's a good chance that I'll get a gout attack from eating those things. Nuclear immunity, as in being immune from all new. Oh, I have no clue. That's impossible for me to answer. Oh, cooking. I mean, what do you like? What's your nationality? Are you American? What are you? Chinese proverb says, if you eat too many cookies, you get fat. Yeah. Eating meat helps a lot. With what? Anything with garlic, tasty. Agreed. BJ Blazkowicz is the great-grandfather of the original Doom guy. Dude, I didn't know about this until I played the last Wolfenstein game, the one with the 2 sisters. That was a decent game. I don't think the game was that bad. Everyone kind of shat on it because it was sort of woke. There was a little bit of woke stuff in it, but it's Wolfenstein. I mean, you're killing Nazis, so you're going to get a little anti-fascist propaganda in it. But I think it was a decent game. I had a lot of fun playing it. But there's a part in the last Wolfenstein game where, what's his name? Blazkowicz goes through a portal of some sort, and he tells his daughters, he says, I was in a portal and I was taken down to this world, and I don't even know, it was crazy, guys. It was insane. And I had no idea what he was referring to. So then I looked into this and I found out that what BJ Blazkowicz was actually referring to was the portal into hell. So it was actually, that scene connected Blazkowicz to the original Doom guy. So yeah, I didn't know that until I played the last Wolfenstein game. 8 with the egg yolk, yep. 8 with the egg yolk, absolutely. Very high profile Nazis were into German paganism and the cult, 100%. You're British? Are you like white British or are you Indian British? Because there's different diets that... if you're British, man, dude, oh my gosh. Dude, you have access to pubs. If you're British, you have access to one of the greatest things ever invented, and that is the pub. Beer, fish and chips. What else do you guys eat? Chicken pies. Pie and mash. I mean, good stuff, right? I would make a chicken pot pie. I love chicken pot pie. I could eat that shit every day. I love that stuff, dude. I had steak pie when I was in Canada, and it was made by an old Scottish grandmother. It was so delicious. It was perfect. Did you hear that Mel Gibson went to Mount Athos? Yes, I did. I live in Florida, and there's a British pub down the street. Hot damn. Well, I mean, you have these like British themed places, but it's not the same, right? You have these British themed places here in the United States. They have them here in Texas, but they're just not the same. I mean, they have the atmosphere, right? They'll have the vibe of a pub, but they don't have the roots. They're not a part of culture here. Whereas in England, they're everywhere. You could literally, like in America, you have to go a great distance, right, to go to one of these pubs. In England, it's so part of the culture, you just walk. In Ireland, people just get up and walk to the pub. Every town's got a pub. It's freaking awesome. Did you hear that Mel Gibson went to Mount Athos? Yes, I did. I saw the photos. I wonder how Mel's sequel to The Passion will be like. Dude, anything Mel makes, I'll watch it. Braveheart. Oh my goodness, guys. You want to talk about a masterpiece? That is the greatest film ever made. I like England for its history. Alfred the Great was one of the greatest underdog stories, in my opinion. Dude, England led the 100 Years' War and dominated France for almost a century. And freaking tormented and brutalized the French people for almost a century. There's not a whole lot of I don't know. There's not a whole lot of glory there. Oh yeah, Ted, isn't Tony Gonzalez your congressman? He's AIPAC funded, dude. The governor of Texas is an asset for Israel. Governor Abbott, Greg Abbott. I mean, he's done good things. Don't get me wrong, but Greg Abbott is hardcore pro-Israel to a freaking fault. Greg Abbott recently attacked Gab, by the way, which is an alternative video uploading format, like BitChute. And he said, well, you know what doesn't belong in Texas is Gab because it's anti-Israel. And all these companies who are anti-Israel, they're not welcomed in Texas. I'm thinking, what is this guy talking about? Dude, are you the governor of Texas? Or are you the mayor of Tel Aviv? I mean, seriously. Really, guys. I love my Southern American food, but Middle Eastern food is my favorite. Middle Eastern food's pretty dope. You know, I love meal. I like a lot of Middle Eastern stuff, but my favorite cuisine, in my honest opinion, if I had to choose one cuisine, Chinese, without a doubt. China has a massive cuisine. There's so many different options, so many different recipes. Dumplings, bok choy. You can use dandelion green, mizuna, all the different various types of greens that the Chinese have. There's just so much that you can use. Napa cabbage, stir-fried greens, stir-fried vegetables, green onions, garlic chive. What else is there? All the different various dumplings that they have, all the different ways to stir-fry meats, the different various sauces, chili oil, soy sauce, oyster sauce, sesame seed oil. And then you got the what's it called? It's the Sichuan peppercorns. I mean, dude, there's nothing like Chinese food. Chinese food is awesome. I just love it. Visited China and tried the cuisine. Was hungry as fuck until I found an Italian restaurant. Ate my heart out. I am a Mediterraneanist when it comes to food. Awesome. Was it good Italian? I mean, listen, if I'm in China, I'm gonna go deep down into the Chinese food department. I'm gonna just eat everything Chinese. Dude talking about how good British food is. Dude, fish and chips are freaking awesome. There are very few dishes out there that can beat fish and chips. Chicken pot pie. Pie and mash. Pie with parsley sauce. I've never had pie and parsley sauce, but it does look freaking good. Lots of garlic, yup. Hell nah. Ever tried salo? Goes very good with alcohol. What's salo? Let me look it up real quick. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Salo? Oh, it's a salted pork. Oh, it's an Eastern European thing. It's a Slavic thing. No, I've never tried this before. I do have a can of borscht that I bought from the local Russian grocery store, and I gotta try it one day. It's not a can. It's a glass jar of borscht. It's a jar of borscht. I gotta try it one day. It's been sitting in my pantry for years. I gotta open it up and just boil it in a pot. Mediterranean, you get Africa, Europe. Yeah, Mediterranean, dude, it's basically the western part of the Middle East. It's the Levant. It's the way I would... Mediterranean cuisine, in my opinion, is food that is from the Levantine region of the Middle East into Greece, Turkey, and then southern Italy, Sicily, Malta, Sardinia. That to me is that's the zone of Italian food. Pushing out the Danes from the Britain after being forced to flee from Wessex into the swamps is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. It's so odd if Abbott, since he's not even a Christian, well, he's a Catholic. I mean, Catholic is Christian. Britain dominated France. Didn't those same British people speak French? They did, yeah. The British, the English at this time were basically what's known as Anglo-Norman. So they were Anglo-Normans. Abbott, yeah, sure. He cares more about Israel than Texan border. I mean, it kind of goes to show who's paying him, right? British food is soggy fried potatoes and part of a pig's digestive system, pretty much. But fish and chips is awesome. I'm Jamaican, so I'm biased. Have you ever tried Caribbean food? Have I ever tried Caribbean food? I have done attempts at Caribbean food. I have cooked kalalu in the coconut milk, man, and that was pretty damn good. And I sort of followed the recipe on how to do it, and it came out pretty good. So I made the kalalu cooked in a coconut milk curry, and that was pretty good. Fish and chips is the pinnacle, huh? All of your food opinions are suspect. Dude, fish and chips are awesome. Who here hates fish and chips? Turkish varieties are like Chinese extensive options, my favorite. Yeah, Turkey's got all the kebab stuff. I love being around Middle Eastern people. A lot of them will give their shirt off their back. Yeah, especially the Palestinians. It's true. Kindest people ever. I am glad. Well, according to the Israelis, they're all terrorists. According to them, you're wrong. They're all terrorists. Moscow prepares military measures over Greenland. Hot damn, dude. The Greenland War is already beginning. It's a very Ukrainian-related type of delicacy to the point we associated Ukrainians with Salo 24/7. Yes, great Italian restaurant in Nanjing run by a crazy Sicilian. Awesome. That's amazing they have Italian people living in China running restaurants. My wife makes the best borscht. Is she Russian or is she Ukrainian? Italian for me. There was a small Italian restaurant in Paris, and the lady always offered me the dessert and limoncello. Awesome. Man, if I'm in France, I'm going to be trying out the French stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you're in the land of French food. You should try French cuisine. You know what I mean? Like, try the beef bourguignon. Try the cassoulet. Try even snails. I would try snails at least once. If I was in France and somebody prepared it to me in the way that the French prepare it with the garlic and the parsley butter and all that, I would try it at least one time. And if I like it, I'll eat them. I'll probably get a gout attack doing it because it'll be against my Semitic genes, but I'll try it at least one time. I heard it's disgusting though. And I mean, it's a snail. What do you expect, right? Very unneighborly of Greg being so mean to Gab. I mean, yeah, I was listening to him today and he's like, he was saying, Gab doesn't belong in Texas and all this. I'm thinking, is this dude gonna ban Gab or something? I hope not. If he bans Gab, it'll just be another demonstration of Israel's undue influence over the United States. Snails, yeah, snails. Eating Indian food gives 20% of deficit. I mean, dude, you don't have to resort to the stereotypes. I mean, you know what I mean? I'm just saying. I don't know. France snail is awesome. Fish and chips are amazing. I love them. Yeah, Susan's correct. God's War on Terror was second to the Bible that I have read. Wow. Well, you know, my father actually disagrees with a bunch of stuff that he's written in that book, and he is working on another book correcting a lot of the stuff that he wrote in that one. Just letting you know. Chinese food hits differently when you combine it with beer. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, I completely agree. Completely agree. Fish and chips are really good if done right. Absolutely, 100%. You can't go wrong. He's right. Indian food always gave me the shit. Oh, damn. Never mind. I'm wrong. We worship Israel. Yeah. We worship Israel around here, boy. Howdy-ho. I told the pastor that a lot of Muslims make better Christians than Christians being Christians because they are more family loving and traditional. I mean, in a certain extent, yes, I agree. I had goat. Goat's pretty good. You can Google this. A snail's anus is above their faces, so there's shit down their faces. Oh, damn. Tell the French people. They should know that. I want to go back to some more articles here. We read the New York Times one. Okay, I want to read to you guys this article from... You must have read 10 Amazing Muslims Touched by God. I have not, but my father was a Muslim and he left Islam for Christianity. Who likes the French anyway? Nobody. I've never met anyone who said, you know, a people that I really love, the French. Never met anyone like that in my entire life. I have met people who have told me that Muslims are great people. I have met people who have told me that Palestinians are amazing people. I have met people who have told me that Ethiopians are really nice people. I have met people who have told me that Indians are great people. I have met people who have told me that Russians are great people. I have never once in my life, never once in my entire existence on this earth, ever met someone who told me, do you know, I love the French people. Everyone that I have ever met who ever went to France had fuck all anything good to say about the French. And I'm not exaggerating. Everyone that I have known in my life who's gone to France has returned and told me the French suck. They're rude, they're snobby, nasty, racist, and they think that they are God's greatest gift to mankind. And that's what I've heard. I knew a Romanian guy who went to France. He visited France, and he told me he came back, and he said that that he actually tried to communicate with the locals. And he told me, he said, I spoke with this French lady, and I said, excuse me, ma'am, do you know where this place is? And I tried to say it in French, and she goes, no, 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 no. And then I knew this one dude who went to France, and he told me, he goes, dude, they're so fucking racist over there, like, because he's Egyptian, this guy, and he told me, he said they're so racist that you try to talk to people and they just don't even talk to you. I'm trying to think of other. I know one dude who lives in France, and he's also Romanian, a different Romanian dude. He lives in France. He's been living in France for many, many years. Well, not many. He's been living in France for 3 years. And he told me, he says, I go to church. I go to this Catholic church, and he says there's a lot of people in this Catholic church. To be specific, it's an SSPX church. And he said, I don't talk to anyone. No one. I don't talk to anyone in the church, even the young people. And I said, why not? He says, because, you know, I'm afraid that if I talk to someone, they're going to look down on me because I'm not French. And I'm like, are you serious? He goes, yeah. I'm afraid they're going to give me the cold shoulder, and I don't want to talk to them because he says if you talk to them, they have this perception of who the hell is this foreigner telling us anything in our own country? And so he says, I don't talk to French people. I don't talk to anyone. And I'm thinking, damn, dude, that sucks. I have never in my life met anyone who told me, you know who really, really rocks? You know who's really awesome? The fucking French. They're amazing. Never met anyone like that in my life. And do you know, I've had similar experiences with people who have had experiences with Germans. They'll say, the Germans? No, just forget it. There was a battle to change the name of French fries to freedom fries. Yeah, after the Iraq War, that was a big thing. South of France is okay. Well, the south of France, I mean, you're basically in Spain. Paris syndrome is in action. What is Paris syndrome? Is that when you go insane? When you go to Paris? Watching from Timmins, Ontario, Canada. Hello, Howard Fletcher from Canada. I've been to Canada one time. I was there for 2 weeks. It was okay. It's kind of like a mix between America and England. Interesting. Did someone say something positive about the Quebecois? That's a great question. The answer to your question is no. I went to Canada, and I was hanging out in Calgary, and the locals there told me never go to Quebec. And I said, why not? And they told me, they said, because you're not French. You don't speak French. And this lady told me, she said, here in the rest of Canada, right, in the English speaking part of Canada, she said they have signs that are in English and French. Every sign is in English and French in Canada. Why? She says, because if we don't have the French sign there, the French get upset. But if you go to Quebec, all the signs are in French. They don't respect the English-speaking people. And she told me that she went to, one time she says we were driving, her and her husband were driving somewhere, and they stopped in Quebec because they kind of got lost, and everyone speaks French, and nobody wants to talk to you because you don't speak French. And she told me, she said they're just rude people, and they will not talk to you, and they will not reciprocate what you're saying, and they will not be friendly towards you if you don't speak French. Bottom line, they look down on you. So I've actually have never met anyone who had anything nice to say about Quebecois as well. I'm half St. Lucian, and after the revolutions, government freed it. Slaves, Napoleon used the Uno reverse card and enslaved them again. The French are hypocrites. Damn, that sucks. I'm the first one that tells you that the rule of French are nice people. Well, there you go. Never mind. We got a new perspective here to correct all of us. But I guess people's experiences with the French mainly come from Paris. So it's the Parisians that are assholes. People from Philadelphia are the worst people. Which Philadelphians? Because I've been to Philadelphia numerous times, and I've had good experiences with them, but I've had some nasty experiences with some of them, and the ones that I had bad experiences with were, let's just say they were of the Israeli tribe. I heard Western France is decent as long as you stay away from the big population areas. I see. Even my Canadian friend did not like his French grandmother. Hot damn, that sucks. The American South has changed a lot. Yeah, it has. Goose Hunter, can't say I ever met Ukrainians, but I wouldn't doubt it. I haven't visited the 51st state just yet, but I hear that they have great A maple syrup. They have a hockey, yeah. The past few months, I watched a YouTube channel called Itchy Boots, a Dutch woman who travels the world by motorcycle, even Iran and Saudi Arabia. It's fascinating to observe how kind most folks are. Yeah, and Iranian people are clean. They have really nice looking cities. They're not this third world shithole that Israelis want you to think it is. It's not. It's from what I've seen on YouTube, Iran's super clean. How did the French end up as so unpleasant? I think it has something to do with all the wars that have happened in that region. I don't know. I think it has something to do with the temperament of the people, which is genetic. Julius Caesar gives us the oldest account that we have of the natives of France, and he describes them as a people who are very prone to rebellion, which is very true. But he also describes them as either being very warlike or being very cowardly. And then you have the 100 Years' War, which really, really solidified French identity. You know, imagine the French were fighting the English for 100 years. They were being tormented, slaughtered by the English. It was really horrific. And so that developed a hatred for the English language. It developed a hatred for the English. And it really intensified French identity in that region. Because by being attacked all the time for being French, they began to really look at themselves and say, you know what, we are the French people. We're France. We are French. You know, F them English people. So it boosted French nationalism. And that was really the beginning of French nationalism. French nationalism was birthed through the 100 Years' War. And so I think if you ever read about the 100 Years' War, I mean, it was so horrific, the 100 Years' War, that, I mean, anybody would have hated the English going through what the French did. So I can understand the roots of it, but I think some of them go too far. Let's see here. I went on a pilgrimage to France, visiting important Catholic churches, and went to Lourdes. The rural French are really nice. Okay, very good. Then I've been corrected here. So it looks like the problem lies with the Parisians. How did the French end up? Okay, I already read this. The French are salty that English took their spot as the lingua franca. True. It's the same with the Germans in Germany. The rural areas are really friendly and nice. That's usually the case when it comes to countries, I think. When you go to rural areas, people are nicer. I think people that live in cities tend to be more unpleasant. True. Philly football fans are especially bad. That's why I don't go to sports events. The gall, yep. Let's see here. I kind of radicalized my group mate on the Indians and their former Raj neighbors from an Islamic view recently. He's a Turco-Russian Muslim. Oh, man. Is he like a Tuvan? Roman describes conquered people as warlike. Yeah, right, the irony. Nationalism that was formed in the French Revolution played a part as well. No one knows about the Burgundians. But the Burgundians were living in England. That's the thing. They came from England, and the Burgundian French language was spoken in England, and then you had the Burgundians in France, who were pro-English, but the English tormented the French, and this is a fact, and butchered the French, and caused so much chaos and just horror and havoc in that region, and so it was really a hatred against the English that developed in a 100-year period, and so that really birthed French nationalism, and definitely you could say that French nationalism was refined even more through the French Revolution. But French nationalism definitely has its stages of evolution, and part of that stage is the 100 Years' War. The French could choose all these flavors, and they choose salt. Half kebab to be precise. Okay. Do you think we'll eventually have a Frexit? I don't know. I have no clue. There is a lot of people in France who want to leave the EU, so it's possible that it could happen. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to get a glass of water real quick. 1 second, okay? And I'm probably going to get a snack real quick. It's a shame that Christian civilization hate each other at times. I mean, that's... If you look at the history of Christendom, there's tremendous hatred. I'll raise the volume up for you guys. All right, sorry guys. I was getting a little snack. That gaming chair gives Theo extra frame in Bannerlord 2. These Resident Evil OSTs beautiful. Oh, they're awesome. Most of this music is like old school Resident Evil. I actually want to finish what I was trying to present to you guys initially, real quick. Basically looking at Scott Horton's book, Provoked. So, just to go back to what we were talking about, the Pentagon's post-Iraq War I defense planning guidance from 1992 defined foreign policy and military doctrine. Hold on a second. Defined foreign policy and military doctrine for the new decade and into the new millennium. The U.S. must remain the single global hegemon with enough strength to prevent... Okay, I already read this stuff. Deputy Secretary of Defense for Policy Paul Wolfowitz and his staff wrote that the U.S. had also succeeded in the integration of the leading democracies into a U.S.-led system of collective security and the creation of a democratic zone of peace. Now look at this here. Paul Wolfowitz, who was a really big neoconservative, he was one of the guys that pushed America into the Iraq War. Paul Wolfowitz told author James Mann, quote, "What we were afraid of was people who would say, let's bring all of the troops home and let's abandon our position in Europe. It's hard to imagine just how uncertain the world looked at the end of the Cold War." So here's Paul Wolfowitz, and he's saying, our biggest fear is Americans getting tired of war. Our biggest fear is Americans getting tired of military deployment, military interventionism. This is what Paul Wolfowitz, this big Zionist, pro-Israel, neoconservative, said. That's our biggest fear. Why? Because once America pulls out of the world, Israel is finished. That's it. Israel is finished. Israel is finished. So it says here that, well, hold on. So in 1998, the neoconservative organization, Project for a New American Century, also known by its acronym PNAC, wrote a study called Rebuilding America's Defenses. And what this study stated, what it talked about was expanding the U.S. presence in the Middle East and the NATO alliance in Europe. And it stated that expanding into the Middle East and Europe was at the core of their doctrine. The region is stable, they wrote, but a continued American presence helps to assure the major European powers, especially Germany, that the United States retains its long-standing security interest in the continent. So in 1998, the Project for a New American Century, this big neoconservative organization, stated that their biggest concern when it comes to Europe, when it comes to a rival in Europe, is Germany. That's their biggest concern. So really, America is concerned about Germany. It does not want to see Germany rise up again and become an enemy of the U.S., obviously not. But at the same time, America wants to use Germany as a proxy. So it wants to unleash the Germans. And the Germans are saying, we're going to become the biggest military power in Europe. How is America going to allow this without Germany becoming a rival? And it looks like the Americans think, well, they're going to be our ally, right? Germany will continue to be our ally. Is that really true? I mean, once a country becomes a major superpower, it becomes a rival. Plain and simple. It becomes a rival. And so one of the authors of America's Cold War Doctrine was a Polish man by the name of Zbigniew Brzezinski. And it says here that the realist hawk Zbigniew Brzezinski, the neocons' sometimes ally, echoed their argument, recognizing that it was doubtful Americans, quote, will wish to be permanently engaged in the difficult, absorbing, and costly task of managing Eurasia by constant manipulation and maneuver backed by American military resources in order to prevent regional domination by any one power. So the neoconservatives of the Cold War thought, okay, we're going to have this situation where America is always going to be dominating countries. America is always going to have military deployment. America is always going to be in a state of war. And so Zbigniew Brzezinski, one of the fathers of Cold War doctrine, says eventually Americans are going to get tired of all this. Eventually Americans are going to get tired of having to constantly get manipulated into thinking that war is a good idea. Eventually Americans are going to be fatigued and exhausted by American military interventionism. And he was right. Because we see that point of exhaustion going on right now. And this is why when Israel was pushing for war with Iran, the Americans said, we're not interested, we're not interested, we're not interested. So Israel got desperate and they said, well, we're going to attack Iran. We're going to initiate a war with Iran. And that's going to force the Americans to get into a war. This is what the Israelis thought. And it didn't work. The Americans dropped some figurative bombs on Iran. That was it. Nobody died. And America said, all right, Israel, you got what you wanted. We bombed some of the nuclear sites. Shut the fuck up. Go away. Because Americans are exhausted. And so the prophecy of Zbigniew Brzezinski is coming to pass. Right? The prediction of Zbigniew Brzezinski is coming to pass. Americans will soon become exhausted. Let's see. And what's interesting is how people in the Western world knew that Germany would be a problem. There were people in the Western world who knew that Germany would be a problem if it were allowed to be reunified. And it says here that British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher was opposed to German reunification. She told Irish Taoiseach Charlie Haughey, quote, I am sorry for Gorbachev. He doesn't want German unity. Neither do I. And I also want to add that Margaret Thatcher stated that the Germans are back. After it was official that the Germans would be reunified, that East and West Germany would be reunified, Margaret Thatcher said, oh shit, the Germans are back. That's what she said. And in fact, there is a CIA document that you can look up. I have it in one of my articles. I do not remember the name of it, but there is a CIA document that you can look up that says that the Russians warned the Americans before German reunification that if Germany is allowed to reunify, that it will destabilize Europe. That eventually a reunified Germany will destabilize Europe, and this is what the Russians told the Americans. This was the warning that the Russians gave to the Americans, and the Americans laughed at them, and the Russians were right, because look at what's been happening. The Germans are coming back. NATO provoked Russia into invading Ukraine, and the Germans are coming back. And the Americans think it's a great thing because they think they can just use the Germans like a leashed dog, like a leashed attack dog. The thing is that America is going to unleash the German Leviathan. That's what's going to happen. Now, as I said, the Soviets, they left East Germany based on the condition that NATO would not expand eastward. And this goes back to the root of the problem that we're dealing with in Ukraine. So it says here, the Soviets allowed reunification because the Allies had promised they would not expand NATO eastward, inside Germany or beyond. And this is very true. I just want to get a little bit more into this because this is really interesting how many times the Americans lied. Now, it says here, of course, the various administrations and their partisans have lied about it since, at times, claiming this pledge either never happened or that it only ever applied to NATO forces within Germany. So the NATOists will lie and say, well, that promise wasn't about Eastern European countries outside of Germany. That promise was only about East Germany. That NATO would not include East Germany. And that's bullshit. Because look what it says here. In 2017 and 2018, the records were posted at George Washington University's National Security Archive. Anyone can see that the notes taken by the American and Allied side in the negotiations prove Russian claims about the verbal assurances from the West that NATO would not expand into Eastern European countries, nor would it expand into countries like Poland, countries east of Germany. Now look what it says here. I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about here. On February 2nd, after meeting with Baker, the two held a short press conference. So Baker, by the way, is James Baker. He was the Secretary of State under H.W. Bush. And it says here, on February 2nd, after meeting with Baker, the two held a short press conference. And by two, it's talking about Baker and the West German Foreign Minister Hans-Dietrich Genscher. So Genscher and Baker met together, and it says, after Baker emphasized America's preference and German agreement for a reunited Germany's... What the fuck is wrong with me, dude? I can't even read properly. On February 2nd, after meeting with Baker, the two held a short press conference. After Baker emphasized America's preference and German agreement for a reunited Germany's continued membership in the NATO alliance, Genscher told reporters that, quote, we were in full agreement that there is no intention to extend the NATO area of defense and the security toward the east. So the Germans and the Americans were lying to the Russians. He added that, quote, this holds true not only for the GDR, the German Democratic Republic, which we have no intention of simply incorporating, but that holds true for all the other Eastern countries. There is no intention to extend our area, NATO's area, of defense towards the east. This was a lie made up by the Americans and the Germans to give the Russians false assurances that NATO would not expand eastward from Germany. Here is another example. Genscher reiterated the need to assure the Soviets that NATO would not extend its territorial coverage to the area of the GDR, nor anywhere else in Eastern Europe for that matter. There is nothing in the document indicating the secretary disagreed with the foreign minister about the statement. That same day, according to Genscher's chief of staff, Frank Elbe, he met with Baker at his home in Washington, and they quickly agreed that NATO would not expand farther east. It was completely clear, he confirmed in 2009. This shows that before the talks had even begun, Western leaders were already thinking ahead about how to handle the process without causing an unnecessary reaction from Soviet hardliners. On February 6, 1990, the West German foreign minister, again, this time in conversation with Secretary Baker, said that, quote, when he talked about not wanting to extend NATO, that applied to other states beside the GDR. The Russians must have some assurance that if, for example, the Polish government left the Warsaw Pact one day, they would not join NATO the next. So the Americans were saying, even if Poland leaves the Warsaw Pact, they're not going to join NATO. After discussing American preference for German reunification within NATO with Russian Foreign Minister Edward Shevardnadze on February 7th, in his notes, Baker added asterisks and an exclamation point at the important part. quote, end result, unified Germany anchored in a changed in a changed political NATO whose jurisdiction would not move eastward. So James Baker, the Secretary of State under H.W. Bush, wrote in his notes after meeting with Gorbachev, after meeting with the Russian Foreign Minister Edward Shevardnadze, that we have an agreement. We're going to have a reunified Germany, and this agreement is anchored in NATO not expanding eastward, which proves that the Americans several times gave false assurances to the Russians that they would not expand eastward. Baker repeated Genscher's formula of the status of the GDR. If Germany stayed in NATO, there would be no movement of NATO's jurisdiction or forces eastward. Lie after lie after lie. On February 9th, in meetings in Moscow, Baker promised Gorbachev 6 times that if the Soviet Union would withdraw their troops and allow German reunification under America's NATO alliance, they would not expand it. So they told the Russians, well, if you just leave Germany, allow Germany to reunify, we're not going to expand NATO east from Germany. No, we're not. Lie after lie after lie. And look at how the Americans used Russia's fear of a revived German power to get them to leave Germany. Look at what it says here. Look at what it says here. On February 9th, okay, I already read this. Now look what it says here. This is what Baker told Gorbachev in one of these meetings. We understand the need for assurances to the countries in the East. Baker told them, if we maintain a presence in a Germany that is a part of NATO, there would be no extension of NATO's jurisdiction for forces of NATO 1 inch to the east. Do you see what I'm saying here? So Baker tells Gorbachev, if you allow Germany to reunify and to become a member of NATO, if we maintain a presence in a Germany that is a part of NATO, there would be no extension of NATO's jurisdiction for forces of NATO 1 inch to the east. Mic drop, that's it. The lies were made. The lies were believed. And the Americans got the Russians to agree to reunify Germany. They got the Russians to leave Germany on false pretenses. And they understood that Russia was afraid of a revived German power. How do I know this? Because look at what it says here. Raising the specter of an independent nuclear-armed Germany, Baker asked Gorbachev, quote, would you prefer to see a unified Germany outside of NATO, independent and with no U.S. forces? Or would you prefer a unified Germany to be tied to NATO with assurances that NATO's jurisdiction would not shift 1 inch eastward from its present position? So he's saying, we're not going to go 1 inch eastward after we take Germany, and to make sure that you guys stay safe and feel comfortable, we are going to prevent Germany from reviving its power in Europe. And that was enough to convince Gorbachev to leave Germany. Because look at what it says here. Professor Mary Else Sarot explains, quote, this statement of Germany will become a threat to Russia if you don't allow Germany to be controlled by NATO. This statement was extremely significant to Gorbachev. Indeed, he later recalled it as the moment that, quote, cleared the way for a compromise, unquote, on Germany. Based on it, he would make a big concession to Kohl the next day at the third bilateral meeting. So Russia made the concession to leave Germany based on the lie that NATO would prevent Germany from being revived. Well, my friends, look at what's happening in Germany right now as we speak. The Americans are allowing the Germans to be revived, doing exactly the opposite of what they promised Gorbachev, doing exactly the opposite of what they told Gorbachev they were going to do. That's it. So should NATO have told the Baltic states, Poland, etc. to piss off when they asked to join? Yes. Yes, they should have said piss off. In fact, the Americans had already a structure of security in Europe. It was called the CSCE. CSCE, which stands for Conference for Security and Cooperation in Europe, I believe. And the CSCE was already a security structure that was designed and established to protect Europe. And the Soviet Union was already a member of the CSCE. America was a member of the CSCE. And the Russians said, let's work together for the security of Europe and for the prevention of German militarist revival. And we're good. And the Americans could have cooperated with the Russians in Europe's security. The Americans simply could have worked with the Russians within the CSCE. They could have done that, but they didn't. They wanted NATO to be supreme because they wanted NATO to be the empire of the world because it's America's empire, bottom line. And because the Americans pursued empire at the behest of the neoconservatives and these Zionist war hawks, we are now in the mess that we're in. Because we pissed off a cornered bear called Russia. And it's like, you lie to a country so many times. You go against what the country requests so many times. Allow us to have our sphere of influence. Allow us to have our little security sphere in Eastern Europe. You go against that so much. And you start talking about putting nuclear weapons in Ukraine, and you start doing military exercises with the Ukrainians. You do this so much. You can't sit there and act surprised when Russia strikes back. So that's it. Russia was provoked. America should have cooperated with the Russians, but they didn't. And now we're in the mess that we're in. Bottom line. Now we're in the mess that we're in. Now we're in the mess that we're in. And we're reviving Germany. We told the Russians we're going to prevent the Germans from rising up again. We're reviving Germany. So America lied about NATO eastward expansion, and NATO lied about preventing German power from being revived. And that's it. And now we are in the prelude for another massive European war. Just like World War I, just like World War II. We're going to have another European war. Which side is America going to choose? I don't know. But we are right now enduring through the foreshadowing of a massive European conflict. Damn, I knew Russia asked if they would be able to join NATO too. That would have been a tough alliance. My dude, the Russians asked James Baker, hey, they told James Baker, we would like to join NATO. And James Baker would just change the subject. America never wanted Russia in NATO. And the reason for that was because if Russia enters NATO, then there is no American empire. It would be the Russo-American Empire. We're striking back. Oh boy, I hate to tell you, but we're barely even slapping now. So many toys are begging to be sent into someone's warehouse. Well, you know what I mean. They can because most Americans are purposely uneducated so that the regime can manipulate people into conflict. Yep, true. I believe that. I believe that. All right, guys. I'm going to drink a little bit of alcohol. I know last time I told you guys I drank some alcohol and I had a really bad alcohol poisoning, but my stomach is not empty. And I'm going to drink a little bit. I'm going to drink a little bit. And we'll be good. We will be good. Okay, hold on. This song, by the way, is from Resident Evil 8. So it's not all old school Resident Evil. This is the song that plays when you meet with the the merchant in Resident Evil 8. All right, we got dandelion beer. This is a dandelion root beer, so this is a beer that's made from the root of the dandelion. And what song should I play while I drink? Let's get a good drinking song in here. I know what I want to play. We're going to play some Irish music. You know what? Yeah, let's play some Irish music. Maybe C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Let's see, Irish. Got some Irish music. Got some good Irish music playing. We're going to play... Let's see if this is a good one. We're going to play Alain Dwen. Flavors really good. We're bringing back the troubles with this one. That is good shit, guys. God damn. This music is awesome. This beer, it's not really beer, but it is a brew, but it does taste really good. Yes, the head was lousy, no fizz, which was sad, but the alcohol is definitely there. Um, yeah, we're bringing back the troubles with this one. I love that one. Dandelion devotion, absolutely. Where's the burdock? I need to grow it. So after I grow it, then it will start to make it. So I'm not gonna start growing burdock until probably October. Cheers, you filthy dog. Appreciate that. Bombo Clat. This is my type of music. Awesome. Same here. Nice cloudy color, but no foam. Yeah, I know it sucks. Damn son, where'd you find this? The music? It's or farming in progress. I'll put a link to the song in case you want to listen to this masterpiece. Oh, da, da, da. Dude, I absolutely love this soundtrack. this song from Braveheart. This is so freaking good. I love this. You've bled with Wallace. Now bleed with me. Anyway. What's new, guys? I would say the flavor for this beer is pretty good. The only thing is the texture. There's no fizziness. But it has a good IPA flavor to it. This is like an intro to a psychological thriller anime. I got one song, Benny Benny Emmanuel. Hold up, guys. Let me just listen to Braveheart. Hold up. I just want to listen to Braveheart. Dude, you can't beat this soundtrack. So good. Anyway, I love this piece of music. Love this piece of music. I don't know, there's something about this movie, Braveheart. It's just such a magical movie. Just everything about it. We're just talking about the end of Cold War, so the perfect song would be Kino, Summer of Ending. I don't know, dude. That's it. For me, the song pretty much ends right here. I'm not too crazy about the... I love this part. This is my favorite part right here. This is the best part right here. Best part right here. Dude, this scene is so powerful. It's just everything about this scene, and I love the executioner's face, and just it's just so magical. The little bagpipes in the back. Anyway, we're just talking about, I mean, guys, I don't know if I want to get into like music playing, because then I'm never gonna, it's just, I'll be here for hours if I start doing musical recommendations because everyone wants their song to be played, and it just takes in there a whole hour. That's the only issue, and plus the copyright strikes that I get from doing all these songs, it just gets really insane because then YouTube takes the freaking stream down, and then it's just a pain in the ass. But maybe next time we'll do more recommendations. I don't know. What's the recommendation? What do you guys got here? Silvara Noctis, Lucifer. What is this, like some Satanist music?
Przepaść piekielny chłon, a kiedy targnie skrzydłami dźwięcznymi, ucha się echo odezwie jak dzwon. U stropu mego gwiazda się żarzy, serce mnie gryź kochało ją. W czanie leniu złotych witraży ona się moim syciła krwią. Jam ciemny jest wśród wichrów płomień Boży,
It's not bad.
lecący z jękiem w daliach dzwon północy. Ja w mrokach
Reminds me a little bit of Evanescence.
gór zapalam czerwień zorzy i z kromych bólów gwiazdą mej bezmocy. I znowu płynie wyjaździsta rosa, a od grobowca
Not bad. Not a bad song. Kino, Summer is Ending. Alright, we'll give this a listen. I wonder how high my blood pressure is right now. Oh yeah, I know this song. Yeah, that's a classic of Russian doomer music. Yeah, I know this one. Da da na da 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 na da 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 na da 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 na da 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 da. Dude, you want to hear one of my favorite drinking songs? I'm gonna play you guys this Turkish song. Listen to this one, dude. I love this song. Dun 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 dun. This is a Turkish song, dude. This song has got 91 million views. 91. That's more than the entire population of Turkey. Dude, I love this song. Listen to this.
Har üçünde biten gonca güle minnet eylemem. Arabi, Farsi bilmem, dile minnet eylemem. Sırat-ı müzre müstakim gözettim rahimı. Zalimin talim ettiği yola minnet eylemem. Zalimin talim ettiği yola minnet eylemem.
best part of the song right here.
Bir acayip derde düştüm herkes gider karına. Bugün buldum bugün yerim hak yerimdir yarına. Zerrece tamahım yoktur şu dünyanın varına. Rızkımı veren hüdadır kulağım minnet eylemem. Rızkımı veren hüdadır kulağım minnet eylemem. Ey nesimi, can nesimi, ol garim ihmal iken. Yarın şefalar atılır Allah Ahmet muhtar iken. Cümlenin rızkını veren ol gari serdar iken. Yeryüzünün halifesi hünkârım yeryüzünün halifesi karam minnet eylemem.
Anyway, that's just a masterpiece. Just everything about that song, like da 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 ya dum da dum da da hey ya da dum brum ya da na de ya han da ya da da ah da 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 da. I'm out of tune. There was an article that I found that, oh my god, dude. It just ruined me. And I was thinking about reading this article, and maybe I should read the article, but this is one of the most depressing things that I've ever read in my life. And it's an article about what Israel has been doing in Gaza. Specifically, what Israel has been doing, according to this article. And this is published by Haaretz, which is an Israeli newspaper. Israel will destroy buildings, as we all know, and then people are crushed underneath the rubble. And then as rescuers try to get people from underneath the rubble, Israel will just shoot and kill the people. They'll just shoot and kill the rescuers. And then when more rescuers come, they just kill those people also. And I'm thinking, oh my god, dude. We had the kill zones of the Netzarim corridor, the massacres at the food distribution centers, Israeli snipers murdering civilians, and now this shit. If it can't get any worse, now this shit. Here we go, guys. I'm gonna read this. I meant to read this to you guys, and I really didn't want to because it's so freaking depressing, but I'm gonna read it to you guys. One eye is closed, the other open. One hand grips the wall that has fallen on her. She is trapped in the ruins, her head and body held tightly. She has been like that all night. All night under the rubble. A light bulb is thrown next to her, and she tries to grab it. Maybe it'll save her. She loses her grip on it. Then she raises her hand, in a sign that she is alive. She fights to say her words. Save me. I'm tired. I cannot go on. With her last strength, she says, please, please save me. These are her last words. Speak, speak, her brother-in-law Anas tries to coax her, but in vain. Her eyes close. It's not clear how long she lived after that picture. On Tuesday, Nir Hasson wrote on X, this woman is called Hala Arafat. She is 35 years old. Since 2 a.m, she and 14 other members of her family, mostly children, have been beneath the rubble of their Zarqa street house in the Al Tufa neighborhood. I spoke with her brother-in-law, who said that anyone who tried to approach her was attacked by drones. If anyone has any idea how to help, this is the time. So they have drones that kill people who are simply on the rubble to try to get people from underneath the rubble. The IDF spokesperson's office did not bother to respond to Hasson for 12 hours. What's the hurry? Later, the spokesperson mumbled something about lack of coordinates. It's just... Hala's last words and the helplessness to save her are unforgiving A woman trapped in the rubble of her home should rouse a strong wish to save her, but the situation prompted the IDF's launch of killer UAVs to liquidate the rescuers, as happened Wednesday on Zarqa Street in Gaza City. According to reports, the IDF shot anyone who approached. Daring women soldiers were at the... You know how they're always talking about, oh, look at the women IDF soldiers. Daring women soldiers were at the joystick, or were they soldiers playing their game of death against anyone who tried to attempt a rescue? And don't they always say, oh, Palestinians hate women? They mistreat women all the time. All the time. Look, they're so sexist, those barbarian Semites of the Middle East. They're sexist, chauvinist. Oh, terrible. They hate women. They treat women as if they're inferior and all this typical rhetoric. But then you have Palestinian dudes who go to the rubble to save women, to get women from underneath the rubble, knowing the risk that they're going to get shot or they could get shot and killed by drones. And then you want to tell me about sexism. It's just one thing, one war crime after the other, one atrocity after the other. It's the sniping civilians, it's massacring people outside of food distribution centers, it's filling a car with like 120 bullets because there's a little girl inside the car and they think the little girl's a terrorist. It's sniping a grandmother as she's holding the hand of her grandson. Yes, you can see this on video. And then this. Killing people who are there to rescue people who are being crushed underneath the rubble. Then it says, these are the same IDF soldiers whom Israel continues to embrace as if they are victims of this war and its heroes. They are neither victims nor heroes when they shoot with UAVs at the helpless. They are like the shooters near the humanitarian aid hubs. This is the same IDF that is known for sending rescue teams to save civilians all over the world, whether they are in Japan, Thailand, Brazil, or Turkey. The IDF no longer rescues anyone. Now it shoots anyone who tries to rescue a woman trapped between the walls of her home. Is there anything more monstrous than that? And this is written by an Israeli, by the way, before you say that this is a biased article. It's just so sick, guys. I'm so sick and tired of the whole fucking Israel thing. I'm just tired of it. Tired of the evangelicals protecting Israel at any cost. I'm tired of the gaslighting. I'm tired of the lying. I'm tired of just the bullshit arguments, the obfuscating of facts, the poisoning of the well, the fogging of people's vision through lies and mass manipulation. I'm tired of seeing American politicians go out of their way and trip on each other's toes to please Israel. And you have the fucking governor of Texas talking about how, oh, companies who boycott Israel have no place in Texas. Really? I thought we were all about an open market and freedom in the economy, and you want to you want to push out companies because they're boycotting Israel because Israel's freaking doing atrocities? And what the fuck does Texas have to do with Israel? It really goes to show how much power the Israel lobby has in this country. Just like Elon from the Mizrahi perspective. Oh, by the way, I checked out that guy's channel. It's actually really good. Yeah, I've watched some of his videos. He's pretty good. The Israeli will escalate this degeneracy and do more and more sick shit because they can get away with it, absolutely. Do they not think that they will return to them tenfold? They don't even believe in God, these people. They claim to, but they don't. Evanescence Afterlife is a great song, by the way. I've listened to it. It's amazing. I love Evanescence, by the way. Ted's Turkish side is activating. Yeah, absolutely. Turkish music slaps hard. Oh, absolutely. Tuvan Turkic music is more of my taste, but this is good. Tuvan music is good. Let's see here. Want to hear the most beautiful song ever? It's from Armand Amar, The Poem of Atoms. All right, I'll check it out. I'll check out this song. Here we go. Poem of the Atoms. Oh, I think I've heard this one. Yeah. Yeah, I heard this. Oh, I know this singer. This guy's Iranian. This is I think this is Humayun Sarj Aryan. Yeah, this is Iranian. This is very good. هر ذره که در هوا در هامون است نیکو نگرش که همچو ما مفتون است هر ذره اگر خوش است اگر محزون است سرگشته خورشید خوش That's very good. I like that. Yeah, Rachmaninoff. I don't know if I want to listen to that. Blessed the Lord, my yeah. This is something close to the Romantic era style of music. It doesn't have that Eastern vibe that I'm looking for. Yeah, this is some. Yeah, let's listen to this one. Yeah, I know this piece. Yeah, I know this one. No, this is very good. Don't get me wrong. I apologize for making assumptions, but no, this is very good. Yeah, this is very good stuff. Alright, see you later, Russian dude. Didn't know Erdogan was a singer and played the Spanish guitar. Yeah. That song was awesome. Yeah, Sufis make really beautiful music. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I listen to Sufi music probably once a day. I'm not gonna lie. It's some of the stuff is really good. And really they'll have like symphony orchestra and tons of different musicians and different instruments. It gets pretty complex and intricate. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I've been streaming for 5 hours and 41 minutes now, so I know lately the streams since last week the streams have just been kind of flaccid. I don't know what it is. I think maybe I'm just kind of fatigued, to be honest with you guys. And I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. I think it's because my brain has been kind of fragmented lately. And I should follow my initial policy of just sticking to a topic until I'm done with it. And I didn't do that this time. Today and I think yesterday I followed the rule, but no, sorry, not yesterday. Last week I followed this policy, but this time I did not follow the policy. I was kind of all over the place with this stream, so it was a little bit fragmented, and I mean, it's okay, but next time I gotta stick with each topic, read an article, read the next article, read the next article, and speak and read comments just in between the articles. What do you think about Elon's new party? I think it's bullshit. That's what I think. I think Elon Musk's party is going to be filled with a bunch of Indian tech university students. That's my prediction about the Elon Musk party. Thank you, Ted. It's hard not to get fatigued. Yeah, I'm just kind of exhausted, I'll be honest with you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate that. Yeah. I think I'll see you guys later. Been here for almost 6 hours now. All right, I'll see you later. Thank you, Jack DeAngelis. I've never seen you before, but Life of Fighting. But I'll say goodbye to you too. Goose Hunter, Catherine Galpo, Admin CXS005, El Capitan, Dorth Revan 48, Goots 166, Optimus Princeps, Mr. Russian Dude, Divine Soldier in the house. Lupe Espinoza. What else? Jacob Glowsticks, Howard Fletcher, Master Driver, Josh Scoob, Earl of Lurl, Anime Profile Pick, Shisia, Big Show, James the Philosopher, Monkey Brain, Ortho Christos, Jefferson, and everyone else. Refined Canine, Flem, Billy Bob. Your streams are always interesting. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Godspeed, Master Driver. We just heard some theology. That's right. All right, guys. I'll see you all later. Be well. God bless. I'll see you guys soon. You guys just heard some theology. God bless.